Chapter 1 of a series of lessons in Raja Yoga. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Uday Sagar. A series of lessons in Raja Yoga by Yogi Ramacharaka. Chapter 1. The first lesson. The I. In India, the candidates for initiation into the science of Raja Yoga, when they apply to the Yogi Masters for instruction, are given a series of lessons designed to enlighten them regarding the nature of the real self and to instruct them in the secret knowledge whereby they may develop the consciousness and realization of the real I within them. They are shown how they may cast aside the erroneous or imperfect knowledge regarding their real identity. Until the candidate masters this instruction, or at least until the truth becomes fixed in his consciousness, further instruction is denied him. For it is held that until he has awakened to a conscious realization of his actual identity, he is not able to understand the source of his power, and moreover, he is not able to feel within him the power of the will, which power underlies the entire teachings of Raja Yoga. The Yogi Masters are not satisfied if the candidate forms merely a clear intellectual conception of this actual identity, but they insist that he must feel the truth of the same, must become aware of the real self, must enter into a consciousness in which the realization becomes a part of his everyday self, in which the realizing consciousness becomes the prevailing idea in his mind, around which his entire thoughts and actions revolve. To some candidates, this realization comes like a lightning flash the moment the attention is directed toward it, while in other cases the candidates find it necessary to follow a rigorous course of training before they acquire the realization in consciousness. The Yogi Masters teach that there are 2 degrees of this awakening consciousness of the real self. The first, which they call the consciousness of the I, is the full consciousness of real existence that comes to the candidate, and which causes him to know what he is, a real entity having a life not depending upon the body, life that will go on in spite of the destruction of the body, real life in fact. The second degree, which they call the consciousness of the I Am, is the consciousness of one's identity with the universal life and his relationship to and in touchness with all life, expressed and unexpressed. These 2 degrees of consciousness come in time to all who seek the path. To some it comes suddenly, to others it dawns gradually, to many it comes assisted by the exercises and practical work of Raja Yoga. The first lesson of the Yogi Masters to the candidates leading up to the first degree above mentioned is as follows: that the Supreme Intelligence of the universe, the Absolute, has manifested the being that we call man, the highest manifestation on this planet. The Absolute has manifested an infinitude of forms of life in the universe, including distant worlds, suns, planets, etc. Many of these forms being unknown to us on this planet and being impossible of conception by the mind of the ordinary man. But these lessons have nothing to do with that part of the philosophy which deals with these myriad forms of life, for our time will be taken up with the unfoldment in the mind of man of his true nature and power. Before man attempts to solve the secrets of the universe without, he should master the universe within, the kingdom of the self. When he has accomplished this, then he may and should go forth to gain the outer knowledge as a master demanding its secrets, rather than as a slave begging for the crumbs from the table of knowledge. The first knowledge for the candidate is the knowledge of the self. Man, the highest manifestation of the Absolute, as far as this planet is concerned, is a wonderfully organized being, although the average man understands but little of his real nature. He comprises within his physical, mental, and spiritual makeup both the highest and the lowest, as we have shown in our previous lessons, the 14 lessons and the advanced course. In his bones, he manifests almost in the form of mineral life. In fact, in his bones, body, and blood, mineral substances actually exist. The physical life of the body resembles the life of the plant. Many of the physical desires and emotions are akin to those of the lower animals, and in the undeveloped man, these desires and emotions predominate and overpower the higher nature, which latter is scarcely in evidence. Then, man has a set of mental characteristics that are his own, and which are not possessed by the lower animals. See 14 lessons. And in addition to the mental faculties common to all men, or rather, that are in evidence in a greater or lesser degree among all men, there are still higher faculties latent within man, which, when manifested and expressed, render man more than ordinary man. The unfoldment of these latent faculties is possible to all who have reached the proper stage of development, and the desire and hunger of the student for this instruction is caused by the pressure of these unfolding latent faculties trying to be born into consciousness. Then there is the wonderful thing, the will, which is but faintly understood by those ignorant of the yogi philosophy, the power of the ego, its birthright from the Absolute. But while these mental and physical things belong to man, they are not the man himself. Before the man is able to master, control, and direct the things belonging to him, his tools and instruments, he must awaken to a realization of himself. He must be able to distinguish between the I and the not I, and this is the first task before the candidate. That which is the real self of man is the divine spark sent forth from the sacred flame. It is the child of the divine parent. It is immortal, eternal, indestructible, invincible. It possesses within itself power, wisdom, and reality. But, like the infant that contains within itself the sometime man, the mind of man is unaware of its latent and potential qualities and does not know itself. As it awakens and unfolds into the knowledge of its real nature, it manifests its qualities and realizes what the Absolute has given it. When the real self begins to awaken, it sets aside from itself those things which are but appendages to it, but which it, in its half-working state, had regarded as itself. Setting aside first this, and then that, it finally discards all of the not I, leaving the real self free and delivered from its bondage to appendages. Then it returns to the discarded appendages and makes use of them. In considering the question, what is the real self, let us first stop to examine what man usually means when he says I. The lower animals do not possess this I sense. They are conscious of the outer world, of their own desires and animal cravings and feelings. But their consciousness has not reached the self-conscious stage. They are not able to think of themselves as separate entities and to reflect upon their thoughts. They are not possessed of a consciousness of the divine spark, the ego, the real self. The divine spark is hidden in the lower forms of life, even in the lower forms of human life, by many sheaths that shut out its light. But, nevertheless, it is there always. It sleeps within the mind of the savage. Then, as he unfolds, it begins to throw out its light. In you, the candidate, it is fighting hard to have its beams pierce through the material coverings. When the real self begins to arouse itself from its sleep, its dreams, vanish from it, and it begins to see the world as it is, and to recognize itself in reality, and not as the distorted things of its dreams. The savage and barbarian are scarcely conscious of the I. They are but a little above the animal in point of consciousness, and their I is almost entirely a matter of the consciousness of the wants of the body, the satisfaction of the appetites, the gratification of the passions, the securing of personal comfort, the expression of lust, savage power, etc. In the savage, the lower part of the instinctive mind is the seed of the I. See 14 lessons for explanation of the several mental planes of man. If the savage could analyze his thoughts, he would say that the I was the physical body, the said body having certain feelings, wants, and desires. The I of such a man is a physical I, the body representing its form and substance. Not only is this true of the savage, but even among so-called civilized men of today, we find many in this stage. They have developed powers of thinking and reasoning, but they do not live in their minds, as do some of their brothers. They use their thinking powers for the gratification of their bodily desires and cravings, and really live on the plane of the instinctive mind. Such a person may speak of my mind or my soul, not from a high position where he looks upon these things from the standpoint of a master who realizes his real self, but from below, from the point of view of the man who lives on the plane of the instinctive mind and who sees above himself of the higher attributes. To such people, the body is the I. Their I is bound up with the senses, and that which comes to them through the senses. Of course, as man advances in culture and civilization, his senses become educated, and are satisfied only with more refined things, while the less cultivated man is perfectly satisfied with the more material and gross sense gratification. Much that we call cultivation and culture is not but a cultivation of a more refined form of sense gratification, instead of a real advance in consciousness and unfoldment. It is true that the advanced student and master is possessed of highly developed senses, often far surpassing those of the ordinary man. But in such cases, the senses have been cultivated under the mastery of the will, and are made servants of the ego, instead of things hindering the progress of the soul. They are made servants instead of masters. As man advances in the scale, he begins to have a somewhat higher conception of the I. He begins to use his mind and reason, and he passes on to the mental plane. His mind begins to manifest upon the plane of intellect. He finds that there is something within him that is higher than the body. He finds that his mind seems more real to him than does the physical part of him, and in times of deep thought and study, he is able almost to forget the existence of the body. In this second stage, man soon becomes perplexed. He finds problems that demand an answer, but as soon as he thinks he has answered them, the problems present themselves in a new phase, and he is called upon to explain his explanation. The mind, even although not controlled and directed by the will, has a wonderful range, but nevertheless, man finds himself traveling around and around in a circle, and realizes that he is confronted continually by the unknown. This disturbs him, and the higher the stage of book learning he attains, the more disturbed does he become. The man of but little knowledge does not see the existence of many problems that force themselves before the attention of the man of more knowledge, and demand an explanation for him. The tortures of the man who has attained mental growth that enables him to see the new problems and the impossibility of their answer cannot be imagined by one who has not advanced to that stage. The man in this stage of consciousness thinks of his I as a mental thing, having a lower companion, the body. He feels that he has advanced But yet this I does not give him the answer to the riddles and questions that perplex him, and he becomes most unhappy. Such men often develop into pessimists and consider the whole life as utterly evil and disappointing, a curse rather than a blessing. Pessimism belongs to this plane, for neither the physical plane man or the spiritual plane man have this curse of pessimism. The former man has no such disquieting thoughts, for he is almost entirely absorbed in gratifying his animal nature, while the latter man recognizes his mind as an instrument of himself rather than as himself, and knows it to be imperfect in its present stage of growth. He knows that he has in himself the key to all knowledge, locked up in the ego, and which the trained mind, cultivated, developed, and guided by the awakened will, may grasp as it unfolds. Knowing this, the advanced man no longer despairs, and recognizing his real nature and his possibilities as he awakens into a consciousness of his powers and capabilities, he laughs at the old despondent, pessimistic ideas and discards them like a worn-out garment. Man on the mental plane of consciousness is like a huge elephant who knows not his own strength. He could break down barriers and assert himself over nearly any condition or environment, but in his ignorance of his real condition and power, he may be mastered by a puny driver or frightened by a rustling of a piece of paper. When the candidate becomes an initiate, when he passes from the purely mental plane onto the spiritual plane, he realizes that the I, the real self, is something higher than either body or mind, and that both of the latter may be used as tools and instruments by the ego or I. This knowledge is not reached by purely intellectual reasoning, although such efforts of the mind are often necessary to help in the unfoldment, and the masters so use it. The real knowledge, however, comes as a special form of consciousness. The candidate becomes aware of the real I, and this consciousness being attained, he passes to the rank of the initiates. When the initiate passes the second degree of consciousness and begins to grow into a realization of his relationship to the whole, when he begins to manifest the expansion of self, then he is on the road to mastership. In the present lesson, we shall endeavor to point out to the candidate the methods of developing or increasing the realization of this I consciousness. This first degree work, we give the following exercises or development drills for the candidate to practice. He will find that a careful and conscientious following of these directions will tend to unfold in him a sufficient degree of the I consciousness to enable him to enter into higher stages of development and power. All that is necessary is for the candidate to feel within himself the dawn of the awakening consciousness or the awareness of the real self. The higher stages of the I consciousness come gradually, for once on the path there is no retrogression or going backward. There may be pauses on the journey, but there is no such thing as actually losing that which is once gained on the path. This I consciousness, even in its higher stages, is but a preliminary step toward what is called illumination, and which signifies the awakening of the initiate to a realization of his actual connection with the relation to the whole. The full sight of the glory of the I is but a faint reflected glow of illumination. The candidate, once that he enters fully into the I consciousness, becomes an initiate, and the initiate who enters into the dawn of illumination takes his first step upon the road to mastery. The initiation is the awakening of the soul to a knowledge of its real existence. The illumination is the revelation of the real nature of the soul and of its relationship with the whole. After the first dawn of the I consciousness has been attained, the candidate is more able to grasp the means of developing the consciousness to a still higher degree. is more able to use the powers latent within him to control his own mental states, to manifest a center of consciousness and influence that will radiate into the outer world, which is always striving and hunting for such centers around which it may revolve. Man must master himself before he can hope to exert an influence beyond himself. There is no royal road to unfoldment and power. Each step must be taken in turn, and each candidate must take the step himself and by his own effort. But he may and will be aided by the helping hand of the teachers who have traveled the path before him and who know just when the helping hand is needed to lift the candidate over the rough places. We bid the candidate to pay strict attention to the following instruction, as it is all important. Do not slight any part of it, for we are giving you only what is necessary, and are stating it as briefly as possible. Pay attention and follow the instruction closely. This lesson must be mastered before you progress, and it must be practiced not only now, but at many stages of the journey until full initiation and illumination is yours. End of Chapter 1. The first lesson, The I, Part 1. Recording by Uday Sagar. Chapter 2 of a series of lessons in Raja Yoga. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Uday Sagar. A series of lessons in Raja Yoga by Yogi Ramacharaka. The first lesson, The I, Part 2. Rules and exercises designed to aid the candidate in his initiation. The first instruction along the line of initiation is designed to awaken the mind to a full realization and consciousness of the individuality of the I. The candidate is taught to relax his body and to calm his mind, and to meditate upon the I until it is presented clearly and sharply before the consciousness. We herewith give directions for producing the desired physical and mental condition in which meditation and concentration are more readily practiced. This state of meditation will be referred to in subsequent exercises, so the candidate is advised to acquaint himself thoroughly with it. State of meditation. If possible, retire to a quiet place or room where you do not fear interruption, so that your mind may feel secure and at rest. Of course, the ideal condition cannot always be obtained, in which case you must do the best you can. The idea is that you should be able to abstract yourself so far as is possible from distracting impressions, and you should be alone with yourself in communion with your real self. It is well to place yourself in an easy chair or on a couch, so that you may relax the muscles and free the tension of your nerves. You should be able to let go all over, allowing every muscle to become limp, until a feeling of perfect peace and restful calm permeates every particle of your being. Rest the body and calm the mind. This condition is best in the earlier stages of the practice, although after the candidate has acquired a degree of mastery, he will be able to obtain a physical relaxation and mental calm whenever and wherever he desires. But he must guard against acquiring a dreamy way of going around, wrapped in meditation, when he should be attending to the affairs of life. Remember this, the state of meditation should be entirely under the control of the will, and should be entered into only deliberately and at the proper times. The will must be master of this, as well as of every other mental state. The initiates are not daydreamers, but men and women having full control of themselves and their moods. The I consciousness, while developed by meditation and consciousness, soon becomes a fixed item of consciousness, and does not have to be produced by meditation. In time of trial, doubt or trouble, the consciousness may be brightened by an effort of the will, as we shall explain in subsequent lessons, without going into the state of meditation. The realization of the I. The candidate must first acquaint himself with the reality of the I before he will be able to learn its real nature. This is the first step. Let the candidate place himself in the state of meditation as heretofore described. Then let him concentrate his entire attention upon his individual self, shutting out all thought of the outside world and other persons. Let him form in his mind the idea of himself as a real thing, an actual being, an individual entity, a sun around which revolves the world. He must see himself as a center around which the whole world revolves. Let not a false modesty or sense of depreciation interfere with this idea, for you are not denying the right of others to also consider themselves centers. You are, in fact, a center of consciousness, made so by the Absolute, and you are awakening to the fact. Until the ego recognizes itself as a center of thought, influence, and power, it will not be able to manifest these qualities. And in proportion as it recognizes its position as a center, so will it be able to manifest its qualities. It is not necessary that you should compare yourself with others, or imagine yourself greater or higher than them. In fact, such comparisons are to be regretted, and are unworthy of the advanced ego, being a mark and indication of a lack of development rather than the reverse. In the meditation, simply ignore all the consideration of the respective qualities of others, and endeavor to realize the fact that you are a great center of consciousness, a center of power, a center of influence, a center of thought, and that, like the planets circling around the sun, so does your world revolve around you, who are its center. It will not be necessary for you to argue out this matter, or to convince yourself of its truth by intellectual reasoning. The knowledge does not come in that way. It comes in the shape of a realization of the truth gradually dawning upon your consciousness through meditation and concentration. Carry this thought of yourself as a center of consciousness, influence, power with you, for it is an occult truth, and in the proportion that you are able to realize it, so will be your ability to manifest the qualities named. No matter how humble may be your position, no matter how hard may be your lot, no matter how deficient in educational advantages you may be, still you would not change your I with the most fortunate, wisest, and highest man or woman in the world. You may doubt this, but think for a moment, and you will see that we are right. When you say that you would like to be this person or that, you really mean that you would like to have their degree of intelligence, power, wealth, position, or what not. What you want is something that is theirs, or something akin to it. But you would not, for a moment, wish to merge your identity with theirs, or to exchange selves. Think of this for a moment. To be the other person, you would have to let yourself die, and instead of yourself, you would be the other person. The real you would be wiped out of existence, and you would not be you at all, that would be he. If you can but grasp this idea, you will see that not for a moment would you be willing for such an exchange. Of course, such an exchange is impossible. The I of you cannot be wiped out. It is eternal. It will go on and on and on to higher and higher states, but it always will be the same I. Just as you, although a far different sort of person from your childhood self, still you recognize the same I is there and always has been there. And although you will attain knowledge, experience, power, and wisdom in the coming years, the same I will be there. The I is the divine spark and cannot be extinguished. The majority of people in the present stage of the race development have but a faint conception of the reality of the I. They accept the statement of its existence and are conscious of themselves as an eating, sleeping, living creature something like a higher form of animal, but they have not awakened to an awareness or realization of the I, which must come to all who become real centers of influence and power. Some men have stumbled into this consciousness or a degree of it without understanding the matter. They have felt the truth of it, and they have stepped out from the ranks of the commonplace people of the world, and have become powers for good or bad. This is unfortunate to some extent, as this awareness without the knowledge that should accompany it may bring pain to the individual and others. The candidate must meditate upon the I, and recognize it, feel it to be a center. This is his first task. Impress upon your mind the word I in this sense and understanding, and let it sink deep down into your consciousness so that it will become a part of you. And when you say I, you must accompany the word with a picture of your ego as a center of consciousness and thought and power and influence. See yourself thus, surrounded by your world. Wherever you go, there goes the center of the world. You are the center, and all outside of you revolves around that center. This is the first great lesson on the road to initiation. Learn it. The yogi masters teach the candidates that their realization of the I as a center may be hastened by going into the silence or state of meditation and repeating their first name over slowly, deliberately and solemnly a number of times. This exercise tends to cause the mind to center upon the I, and many cases of dawning initiation have resulted from this practice. Many original thinkers have stumbled upon this method without having been taught it. A noted example is that of Lord Tennyson, who has written that he attained a degree of initiation in this way. He would repeat his own name over and over, at the same time meditating upon his identity, and he reports that he would become conscious and aware of his reality and immortality, in short, would recognize himself as the real center of consciousness. We think we have given you the key to the first stage of meditation and concentration. Before passing on, let us quote from one of the old Hindu masters. He says regarding this matter, "When the soul sees itself as a center surrounded by its circumference, when the sun knows that it is a sun and is surrounded by its whirling planets, then is it ready for the wisdom and power of the masters." The knowledge of the independence of the I from the body. Many of the candidates find themselves prevented from a full realization of the I, even after they have begun to grasp it, by the confusing of the reality of the I with the sense of the physical body. This is a stumbling block that is easily overcome by meditation and concentration, the independence of the I often becoming manifest to the candidate in a flash upon the proper thought being used as subject of meditation. The exercise is given as follows. Place yourself in the state of meditation and think of yourself, the real I, as being independent of the body, but using the body as a covering and an instrument. Think of the body as you might of a suit of clothes. Realize that you're able to leave the body and still be the same I. Picture yourself as doing this and looking down upon your body. Think of the body as a shell from which you may emerge without affecting your identity. Think of yourself as mastering and controlling the body that you occupy, and using it to the best advantage, making it healthy, strong, and vigorous, but still being merely a shell or covering for the real you. Think of the body as composed of atoms and cells, which are constantly changing, but which are held together by the force of your ego, and which can improve at will. Realize that you are merely inhabiting the body, and using it for your convenience, just as you might use a house. In meditating further, ignore the body entirely, and place your thought upon the real I that you are beginning to feel to be you, and you will find that your identity, your I, is something entirely apart from your body. You may now say, "my body," with a new meaning, but do not let this conception and realization cause you to ignore the body. You must regard the body as the temple of the spirit and care for it and make it a fit habitation for the I. Do not be frightened if, during this meditation, you happen to experience the sensation of being out of the body for a few minutes, and of returning to it when you are through with the exercise. The ego is able, in the case of the advanced initiate, of soaring above the confines of the body, but it never severs its connection at such times. It is merely as if one were to look out of the window of a room, seeing what is going on outside, and drawing in his head when he wishes. He does not leave the room, although he may place his head outside in order to observe what is doing in the street. We do not advise the candidate to try to cultivate this sensation, but if it comes naturally during meditation, do not fear. Realizing the immortality and invincibility of the ego, while the majority accept on faith the belief in the immortality of the soul, yet but few are aware that it may be demonstrated by the soul itself. The yogi masters teach the candidates this lesson as follows. The candidate places himself in the state of meditation, or at least in a thoughtful frame of mind, and then endeavors to imagine himself as dead. That is, he tries to form a mental conception of himself as dead. This, at first thought, appears a very easy thing to imagine, but as a matter of fact, it is impossible to do so, for the ego refuses to entertain the proposition and finds it impossible to imagine it. Try it for yourself. You will find that you may be able to imagine your body as lying still and lifeless, but the same thought finds that in so doing you are standing and looking at the body. So you see that you are not dead at all, even in imagination, although the body may be. Or, if you refuse to disentangle yourself from your body, in imagination you may think of your body as dead, but you who refuse to leave it are still alive and recognize the dead body as a thing apart from your real self. No matter how you may twist it, you cannot imagine yourself as dead. The ego insists upon being alive in any of these thoughts, and thus finds that it has within itself the sense and assurance of immortality. In case of sleep or stupor resulting from a blow, or from narcotics or anesthetics, the mind is apparently blank, but the I is conscious of a continuity of existence, and so one may imagine himself as being in an unconscious state or asleep quite easily, and sees the possibility of such a state. But when it comes to imagining the I as dead, the mind utterly refuses to do the work. This wonderful fact that the soul carries within itself the evidence of its own immortality is a glorious thing, but one must have reached a degree of unfoldment before he is able to grasp its full significance. The candidate is advised to investigate the above statement for himself by meditation and concentration, for in order that the I may know its true nature and possibilities, it must realize that it cannot be destroyed or killed. It must know what it is before it is able to manifest its nature. So, do not leave this part of the teaching until you have mastered it, and it is well occasionally to return to it in order that you may impress upon the mind the fact of your immortal and eternal nature. The mere glimmering of this conception of truth will give you an increased sense of strength and power, and you will find that yourself has expanded and grown, and that you are more of a power and center than you have heretofore realized. The following exercises are useful in bringing about a realization of the invincibility of the ego, its superiority to the elements. Place yourself in the state of meditation and imagine the I as withdrawn from the body. See it passing through the tests of air, fire, and water unharmed. The body being out of the way, the soul is seen to be able of passing through the air at will, of floating like a bird, of soaring, of traveling in the ether. It may be seen as able to pass through fire without harm and without sensation, for the elements affect only the physical body, not the real I. Likewise, it may be seen as passing through water without discomfort or danger or hurt. This meditation will give you a sense of superiority and strength, and will show you something of the nature of the real I. It is true that you are confined in the body, and the body may be affected by the elements, but the knowledge that the real I is superior to the body, superior to the elements that affect the body, and cannot be injured any more than it can be killed, is wonderful and tends to develop the full I consciousness within you. For you, the real I, are not body, you are spirit. The ego is immortal and invincible and cannot be killed and harmed. When you enter into this realization and consciousness, you will feel an influx of strength and power impossible to describe. Fear will fall from you like a worn-out clock, and you will feel that you are born again. An understanding of this thought will show you that the things that you have been fearing cannot affect the real I, but must rest content with hurting the physical body. And they may be warded off from the physical body by a proper understanding and application of the will. In our next lesson, we will be taught how to separate the I from the mechanism of the mind, how you may realize your mastery of the mind, just as you now realize your independence of the body. This knowledge must be imparted to you by degrees, and you must place your feet firmly upon one round of the ladder before you take the next step. The watchword of this first lesson is I, and the candidate must enter fully into its meaning before he is able to progress. He must realize his real existence independent of the body. He must see himself as invincible and impervious to harm, hurt, or death. He must see himself as a great center of consciousness, a sun around which his world revolves. Then will come to him a new strength. He will feel a calm dignity and power which will be apparent to those with whom he comes in contact. He will be able to look the world in the face without flinching and without fear, for he will realize the nature and power of the I. He will realize that he is a center of power, of influence. He will realize that nothing can harm the I, and that no matter how the storms of life may dash upon the personality, the real I, the individuality, is unharmed. Like a rock that stands steadfast throughout the storm, so does the I stand through the tempests of the life of personality. And he will know that as he grows in realization, he will be able to control these storms and bid them be still. In the words of one of the yogi masters, the I is eternal. It passes unharmed through the fire, the air, the water. Sword and spear cannot kill or wound it. It cannot die. The trials of the physical life are but as dreams to it. Resting secure in the knowledge of the I, man may smile at the worst of the world has to offer, and raising his hand he may bid them disappear into the mist from which they emerged. Blessed is he who can say understandingly, I. So, dear candidate, we leave you to master the first lesson. Be not discouraged if your progress be slow. Be not cast down if you slip back a step after having gained it. You will gain too at the next step. Success and realization will be yours. Mastery is before. You will attain. You will accomplish. Peace be with you. Mantrams, affirmations for the first lesson. I am the center. Around me revolves my world. I am the center of influence and power. I am the center of thought and consciousness. I am independent of the body. I am immortal and cannot be destroyed. I am invincible and cannot be injured. End of the first lesson, The I, Part 2. Recording by Uday Sagar.
Section 3 of a series of lessons in Raja Yoga. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A series of lessons in Raja Yoga by Yogi Ramacharaka. The second lesson, The Ego's Mental Tools, Part 1. The first lesson we gave instruction and exercises designed to awaken the consciousness of the candidate to a realization of the real I. We confined our instructions to the preliminary teachings of the reality of the I and the means whereby the candidate might be brought to a realization of his real self and its independence from the body and the things of the flesh. We tried to show you how you might awaken to a consciousness of the reality of the I, its real nature, its independence of the body, its immortality, its invincibility and invulnerability. How well we have succeeded may be determined only by the experience of each candidate, for we can but put out the way, and the candidate must do the real work himself. But there is more to be said and done in this matter of awakening to a realization of the I. So far, we have but told you how to distinguish between the material coverings of the ego and the I itself. We have tried to show you that you had a real I, and then to show you what it was, and how it was independent of the material coverings, etc. But there is still another step in this self-analysis, a more difficult step. Even when the candidate has awakened to a realization of his independence of the body and material coverings, he often confounds the I with the lower principles of the mind. This is a mistake. The mind, in its various phases and planes, is but a tool and instrument of the I, and is far from being the I itself. We shall try to bring out this fact in this lesson and its accompanying exercises. We shall avoid and pass by the metaphysical features of the case, and shall confine ourselves to the yogi psychology. We shall not touch upon theories, nor attempt to explain the cause, nature, and purpose of the mind, the working tool of the ego, but instead shall attempt to point out a way whereby you may analyze the mind, and then determine which is the not I, and which is the real I. It is useless to burden you with theories or metaphysical talk, when the way to prove the thing is right within your own grasp. By using the mind, you will be able to separate it into its parts, and force it to give you its own answer to the questions touching itself. In the second and third lessons of our 14 lessons, we pointed out to you the fact that man had 3 mental principles, or subdivisions of mind, all of which were below the plane of spirit. The I is spirit, but its mental principles are of a lower order. Without wishing to unduly repeat ourselves, we think it better to run hastily over these 3 principles in the mind of man. First, there is what is known as the instinctive mind, which man shares in common with the lower animals. It is the first principle of mind that appears in the scale of evolution. In its lowest phases, consciousness is but barely perceptible, and merely sensation is apparent. In its higher stages, it almost reaches the plane of reason or intellect. In fact, they overlap each other, or rather, blend into each other. The instinctive mind does valuable work in the direction of maintaining animal life in our bodies, it having charge of this part of our being. It attends to the constant work of repair, replacement, change, digestion, assimilation, elimination, etc., all of which work is performed below the plane of consciousness. But this is but a small part of the work of the instinctive mind. For this part of the mind has stored up all the experiences of ourselves and ancestors in our evolution from the lower forms of animal life into the present stage of evolution. All of the old animal instincts, which were all right in their place and quite necessary for the well-being of the lower forms of life, have left traces in this part of the mind, which traces are apt to come to the front under pressure of unusual circumstances, even long after we think we have outgrown them. In this part of the mind are to be found traces of the old fighting instinct of the animal, all the animal passions, all the hate, envy, jealousy, and the rest of it, which are our inheritances from the past. The instinctive mind is also the habit mind, in which is stored up all the little and great habits of many lives, or rather such as have not been entirely effaced by subsequent habits of a stronger nature. The instinctive mind is a queer storehouse, containing quite a variety of objects, many of them very good in their way, but others of which are the worst kind of old junk and rubbish. This part of the mind also is the seat of the appetites, passions, desires, instincts, sensations, feelings, and emotions of the lower order, manifested in the lower animals, primitive man, the barbarian, and the man of today, the difference being only in the degree of control over them that has been gained by the higher parts of the mind. There are higher desires, aspirations, etc., belonging to a higher part of the mind, which we will describe in a few minutes, but the animal nature belongs to the instinctive mind. To it also belong the feelings belonging to our emotional and passional nature. All animal desires, such as hunger and thirst, sexual desires on the physical plane, all passions, such as physical love, hatred, envy, malice, jealousy, revenge, etc., are part of this part of the mind. The desire for the physical, unless a means of reaching higher things, and the longing for the material belong to this region of the mind. The lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, the pride of life belong to the instinctive mind. Take note, however, that we are not condemning the things belonging to this plane of the mind. All of them have their place. Many were necessary in the past, and many are still necessary for the continuance of physical life. All are right in their place, and to those in the particular plane of development to which they belong, and are wrong only when one is mastered by them, or when he returns to pick up an unworthy thing that has been cast off in the unfoldment of the individual. This lesson has nothing to do with the right and wrong of these things. We have treated of that elsewhere. And we mention this part of the mind that you may understand that you have such a thing in your mental makeup, and that you may understand the thought, etc., coming from it when we start in to analyze the mind in the latter part of this lesson. All we will ask you to do at this stage of the lesson is to realize that this part of the mind, while belonging to you, is not you yourself. It is not the I part of you. Next in order, above the instinctive mind, is what we have called the intellect, that part of the mind that does our reasoning, analyzing, thinking, etc. You are using it in the consideration of this lesson. But note this: you are using it, but it is not you, any more than was the instinctive mind that you considered a moment ago. You will begin to make the separation if you will think but a moment. We will not take up your time with a consideration of intellect or reason. You will find a good description of this part of the mind in any good elementary work on psychology. Our only idea in mentioning it is that you may make the classification, and that we may afterward show you that the intellect is but a tool of the ego, instead of being the real I itself, as so many seem to imagine. The third and highest mental principle is what is called the spiritual mind, that part of the mind which is almost unknown to many of the race, but which has developed into consciousness with nearly all who read this lesson. For the fact that the subject of this lesson attracts you is a proof that this part of your mental nature is unfolding into consciousness. This region of the mind is the source of that which we call genius, inspiration, spirituality, and all that we consider the highest in our mental makeup. All the great thoughts and ideas float into the field of consciousness from this part of the mind. All the great unfoldment of the race comes from there. All the higher mental ideas that have come to man in his upward evolutionary journey that tend in the direction of nobility, true religious feeling, kindness, humanity, justice, unselfish love, mercy, sympathy, etc., have come to him through his slowly unfolding spiritual mind. His love of God and of his fellow man have come in this way. His knowledge of the great occult truths reach him through this channel. The mental realization of the I, which we are endeavoring to teach in these lessons, must come to him by way of the spiritual mind unfolding its ideas into his field of consciousness. But even this great and wonderful part of the mind is but a tool, a highly finished one, it is true, but still a tool to the ego, or I. We propose to give you a little mental drill work toward the end, that you may be able more readily to distinguish the I from the mind or mental states. In this connection, we would say that every part, plane, and function of the mind is good and necessary, and the student must not fall into the error of supposing that because we tell him to set aside first this part of the mind and then that part, that we are undervaluing the mind, or that we regard it as an encumbrance or hindrance. Far from this, we realize that it is by the use of the mind that man is enabled to arrive at a knowledge of his true nature and self, and that his progress through many stages yet will depend upon the unfolding of his mental faculties. Man is now using but the lower and inferior parts of his mind, and he has within his mental world great unexplored regions that far surpass anything of which the human mind has dreamed. In fact, it is part of the business of Raja Yoga to aid in unfolding these higher faculties and mental regions. And so far from decrying the mind, the Raja Yoga teachers are chiefly concerned in recognizing the mind's power and possibilities, and directing the student to avail himself of the latent powers that are inherent in his soul. It is only by the mind that the teachings we are now giving you may be grasped and understood, and used to your advantage and benefit. We are talking direct to your mind now, and are making appeals to it, that it may be interested and may open itself to what is ready to come into it from its own higher regions. We are appealing to the intellect to direct its attention to this great matter, that it may interpose less resistance to the truths that are waiting to be projected from the spiritual mind, which knows the truth. End of the second lesson, The Ego's Mental Tools, Part 1. Recording by Lee Smalley. Section 4 of a series of lessons in Raja Yoga. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A series of lessons in Raja Yoga by Yogi Ramacharaka. The second lesson, The Ego's Mental Tools, Part 2. Mental Drill. Place yourself in a calm, restful condition that you may be able to meditate upon the matters that we shall place before you for consideration. Allow the matters presented to meet with a hospitable reception from you, and hold a mental attitude of willingness to receive what may be waiting for you in the higher regions of your mind. We wish to call your attention to several mental impressions or conditions, one after another, in order that you may realize that they are merely something incident to you and not you yourself, that you may set them aside and consider them just as you might anything that you have been using. You cannot set the I aside and so consider it, but the various forms of the not I may be so set aside and considered. In the first lesson, you gained the perception of the I as independent from the body, the latter merely being an instrument for use. You have now arrived at the stage when the I appears to you to be a mental creature, a bundle of thoughts, feelings, moods, etc. But you must go farther. You must be able to distinguish the I from these mental conditions, which are as much tools as is the body and its parts. Let us begin by considering the thoughts more closely connected with the body, and then move up to the higher mental states. The sensations of the body, such as hunger, thirst, pain, pleasurable sensations, physical desires, etc., etc., are not apt to be mistaken for essential qualities of the I by many of the candidates, for they have passed beyond this stage, and have learned to set aside these sensations, to a greater or lesser extent, by an effort of the will, and are no longer slaves to them. Not that they do not experience these sensations, but they have grown to regard them as incidents of the physical life, good in their place, but useful to the advanced man only when he has mastered them to the extent that he no longer regards them as close to the I. And yet to some people, these sensations are so closely identified with their conception of the I that when they think of themselves, they think merely of a bundle of these sensations. They are not able to set them aside and consider them as things apart, to be used when necessary and proper, but as things not fastened to the I. The more advanced a man becomes, the farther off seem these sensations. Not that he does not feel hungry, for instance, not at all, for he recognizes hunger and satisfies it within reason, knowing that his physical body is making demands for attention, and that these demands should be heeded. But mark the difference. Instead of feeling that the I is hungry, the man feels that my body is hungry, just as he might become conscious that his horse or dog was crying for food insistently. Do you see what we mean? It is that the man no longer identifies himself, the I, with the body. Consequently, the thoughts which are most closely allied to the physical life seem comparatively separate from his I conception. Such a man thinks, my stomach this, or my leg that, or my body thus, instead of I this or I that. He is able, almost automatically, to think of the body and its sensations as things of him and belonging to him, which require attention and care, rather than as real parts of the I. He is able to form a conception of the I as existing without any of these things, without the body and its sensations, and so he has taken the first step in the realization of the I. Before going on, we ask the students to stop a few moments and mentally run over these sensations of the body. form a mental image of them, and realize that they are merely incidents to the present stage of growth and experience of the I, and that they form no real part of it. They may and will be left behind in the ego's higher planes of advancement. You may have attained this mental conception perfectly long since, but we ask that to give yourself the mental drill at this time, in order to fasten upon your mind this first step. In realizing that you are able to set aside mentally these sensations, that you are able to hold them out at arm's length and consider them as an outside thing, you mentally determine that they are not I things, and you set them down in the not I collection, the first to be placed there. Let us try to make this still plainer, even at the risk of wearying you by repetitions, for you must get this idea firmly fixed in your mind. To be able to say that a thing is not I, you must realize that there are two things in question. One, the not I thing, and two, the I, who is regarding the not I thing just as the I regards a lump of sugar or a mountain. Do you see what we mean? Keep at it until you do. Next, consider some of the emotions, such as anger, hate, love, in its ordinary forms, jealousy, ambition, and the 100 and other emotions that sweep through our brains. You will find that you are able to set each one of these emotions or feelings aside and study it, dissect it, analyze it, consider it. You will be able to understand the rise, progress, and end of each of these feelings as they have come to you, and as you recall them in your memory or imagination, just as readily as you would were you observing their occurrence in the mind of a friend. You will find them all stored away in some parts of your mental makeup, and you may, to use a modern American slang phrase, make them trot before you and show their paces. Don't you see that they are not you, that they are merely something that you carry around with you in a mental bag? You can imagine yourself as living without them and still being I, can you not? And the very fact that you are able to set them aside and examine and consider them is a proof that they are not I things. For there are two things in the matter. One, you who are examining and considering them, and two, the thing itself, which is the object of the examination and consideration at mental arm's length. So into the not I collection go these emotions, desirable and undesirable. The collection is steadily growing and will attain quite formidable proportions after a while. Now, do not imagine that this is a lesson designed to teach you how to discard these emotions, although if it enables you to get rid of the undesirable ones, so much the better. This is not our object, for we bid you place the desirable, at this time, ones in with the opposite kind, the idea being to bring you to a realization that I is higher, above and independent of these mental somethings, and then when you have realized the nature of the I, you may return and use, as a master, the things that have been using you as a slave. So do not be afraid to throw these emotions, good and bad, into the not I collection. You may go back to them and use the good ones after the mental drill is over. No matter how much you may think that you are bound by any of these emotions, you will realize by careful analysis that it is of the not I kind, for the I existed before the emotion came into active play, and it will live long after the emotion has faded away. The principal proof is that you are able to hold it out at arm's length and examine it, a proof that it is not I. Run through the entire list of your feelings, emotions, moods, and whatnot, just as you would those of a well-known friend or relative, and you will see that each one, every one, is a not I thing, and you will lay it aside for the time, for the purpose of the scientific experiment at least. Then, passing on to the intellect, you will be able to hold out for examination each mental process and principle. You don't believe it, you may say. Then read and study some good work on psychology, and you will learn to dissect and analyze every intellectual process, and to classify it and place it in the proper pigeonhole. Study psychology by means of some good textbook, and you will find that one by one every intellectual process is classified, and talked about and labeled, just as you would a collection of flowers. If that does not satisfy you, turn the leaves of some work on logic, and you will admit that you may hold these intellectual processes at arm's length and examine them and talk about them to others. So that these wonderful tools of man, the intellectual powers, may be placed in the not I collection, for the I is capable of standing aside and viewing them. It is able to detach them from itself. The most remarkable thing about this is that in admitting this fact, you realize that the I is using these very intellectual faculties to pass upon themselves. Who is the master that compels these faculties to do this to themselves? The master of the mind, the I. And reaching the higher regions of the mind, even the spiritual mind, you will be compelled to admit that the things that have come into consciousness from that region may be considered and studied, just as may be any other mental thing, and so even these high things must be placed in the not I collection. You may object that this does not prove that all the things in the spiritual mind may be so treated, that there may be I things there that cannot be so treated. We will not discuss this question, for you know nothing about the spiritual mind except as it has revealed itself to you, and the higher regions of that mind are like the mind of a god when compared to what you call mind. But the evidence of the illumined, those in whom the spiritual mind has wonderfully unfolded, tell us that even in the highest forms of development, the initiates, yea, even the masters, realize that above even their highest mental states, there is always that eternal I brooding over them, as the sun over the lake, and that the highest conception of the I, known even to advanced souls, is but a faint reflection of the I filtering through the spiritual mind, although that spiritual mind is as clear as the clearest crystal when compared with our comparatively opaque mental states. And the highest mental state is but a tool or instrument of the I, and is not the I itself. And yet the I is to be found in the faintest forms of consciousness, and animates even the unconscious life. The I is always the same, but its apparent growth is the result of the mental unfoldment of the individual. As we described it in one of the lessons of the advanced course, it is like an electric lamp that is encased in many wrappings of cloth. As cloth after cloth is removed, the light seems to grow brighter and stronger, and yet it has changed not, the change being in the removal of the confining and bedimming coverings. We do not expect to make you realize the I in all its fullness, that is far beyond the highest known to man of today, but we do hope to bring you to a realization of the highest conception of the I, possible to each of you in your present stage of unfoldment. And in the process, we expect to cause to drop from you some of the confining sheaths that you have about outgrown. The sheaths are ready for dropping, and all that is required is the touch of a friendly hand to cause them to fall fluttering from you. We wish to bring you to the fullest possible, to you, realization of the I, in order to make an individual of you, in order that you may understand and have courage to take up the tools and instruments lying at your hand, and do the work before you. End of the second lesson, The Ego's Mental Tools, Part 2. Recording by Lee Smalley. Section 5 of a series of lessons in Raja Yoga. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A series of lessons in Raja Yoga by Yogi Ramacharaka. The second lesson, The Ego's Mental Tools, Part 3. And now back to the mental drill. After you have satisfied yourself that about everything that you are capable of thinking about is a not I thing, a tool and instrument for your use, you will ask, and now what is there left that should not be thrown in the not I collection? To this question we answer, the I itself. And when you demand a proof, we say, try to set aside the I for consideration. You may try from now until the passing away of infinities, and you will never be able to set aside the real I for consideration. You may think you can, but a little reflection will show you that you are merely setting aside some of your mental qualities or faculties. And in this process, what is the I doing? Simply setting aside and considering things. Can you not see that the I cannot be both the considerer and the thing considered, the examiner and the thing examined? Can the sun shine upon itself by its own light? You may consider the eye of some other person, but it is your eye that is considering. But you cannot, as an eye, stand aside and see yourself as an eye. Then what evidence have we that there is an I to us? This, that you are always conscious of being the considerer and the examiner, instead of the considered and the examined thing. And then you have the evidence of your consciousness. And what report does this consciousness give us? Simply this, and nothing more. I am. That is all that the I is conscious of regarding its true self. I am, but that consciousness is worth all the rest, for the rest is but not I tools that the I may reach out and use. And so, at the final analysis, you will find that there is something that refuses to be set aside and examined by the I. And that something is the I itself, that I, eternal, unchangeable, that drop of the great spirit ocean, that spark from the sacred flame. Just as you find it impossible to imagine the I as dead, so will you find it impossible to set aside the I for consideration. All that comes to you is the testimony, I am. If you were able to set aside the I for consideration, who would be the one to consider it? Who could consider except the I itself? And if it be here, how could it be there? The I cannot be the not I, even in the wildest flights of the imagination. The imagination, with all its boasted freedom and power, confesses itself vanquished when asked to do this thing. Oh, students, may you be brought to a realization of what you are. May you soon awaken to the fact that you are sleeping gods, that you have within you the power of the universe, awaiting your word to manifest in action. Long ages have you toiled to get this far, and long must you travel before you reach even the first great temple, but you are now entering into the conscious stage of spiritual evolution. No longer will your eyes be closed as you walk the path. From now on you will begin to see clearer and clearer each step in the dawning light of consciousness. You are in touch with all of life, and the separation of your I from the great universal I is but apparent and temporary. We will tell you of these things in our third lesson, but before you can grasp that, you must develop the I consciousness within you. Do not lay aside this matter as one of no importance. Do not dismiss our weak explanation as being merely words, 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 as so many are inclined to do. We are pointing out a great truth to you. Why not follow the leadings of the Spirit which even now, this moment while you read, is urging you to walk the path of attainment? Consider the teachings of this lesson and practice the mental drill until your mind has grasped its significance. And then let it sink deep down into your inner consciousness. Then will you be ready for the next lessons and those to follow. Practice this mental drill until you are fully assured of the reality of the I and the relativity of the not I in the mind. When you once grasp this truth, you will find that you will be able to use the mind with far greater power and effect, for you will recognize that it is your tool and instrument, fitted and intended to do your bidding. You will be able to master your moods and emotions when necessary, and will rise from the position of a slave to a master. Our words seem cheap and poor when we consider the greatness of the truth that we are endeavoring to convey by means of them. For who can find words to express the inexpressible? All that we may hope to do is to awaken a keen interest and attention on your part, so that you will practice the mental drill, and thus obtain the evidence of your own mentality to the truth. Truth is not truth to you until you have proven it in your own experience. And once so proven, you cannot be robbed of it, nor can it be argued away from you. You must realize that in every mental effort, you, the I, are behind it. You bid the mind to work, it obeys your will. You are the master and not the slave of your mind. You are the driver, not the driven. Shake yourself loose from the tyranny of the mind that has oppressed you for so long. Assert yourself and be free. We will help you in this direction during the course of these lessons, but you must first assert yourself as a master of your mind. Sign the mental declaration of independence from your moods, emotions, and uncontrolled thoughts, and assert your dominion over them. Enter into your kingdom, thou manifestation of the Spirit. While this lesson is intended primarily to bring clearly into your consciousness the fact that the I is a reality, separate and distinct from its mental tools, and while the control of the mental faculties by the will forms a part of some of the future lessons, still, we think that this is a good place to point out to you the advantages arising from a realization of the true nature of the I and the relative aspect of the mind. Many of us have supposed that our minds were the masters of ourselves, and we have allowed ourselves to be tormented and worried by thoughts running away with us, and presenting themselves at inopportune moments. The initiate is relieved from this annoyance, for he learns to assert his mastery over the different parts of the mind, and controls and regulates his mental processes, just as one would a fine piece of machinery. He is able to control his conscious thinking faculties and direct their work to the best advantage. And he also learns how to pass on orders to the subconscious mental region and bid it work for him while he sleeps, or even when he is using his conscious mind in other matters. These subjects will be considered by us in due time during the course of lessons. In this connection, it may be interesting to read what Edward Carpenter says of the power of the individual to control his thought processes. In his book, From Adam's Peak to Eleplumta, in describing his experience while visiting a Hindu Gnani Yoga, he says, "And if we are unwilling to believe in this internal mastery over the body, we are perhaps almost equally unaccustomed to the idea of mastery over our own inner thoughts and feelings. That a man should be a prey to any thought that chances to take possession of his mind is commonly among us assumed as unavoidable. It may be a matter of regret that he should be kept awake all night from anxiety as to the issue of a lawsuit on the morrow, but that he should have the power of determining whether to be kept awake or not seems an extravagant demand. The image of an impending calamity is no doubt odious, but its very odiousness, we say, makes it haunt the mind all the more pertinaciously, and it is useless to try to expel it. Yet this is an absurd position, for man, the heir of all the ages, hag-ridden by the flimsy creatures of his own brain. If a pebble in our boot torments us, we expel it. We take off the boot and shake it out. And once the matter is fairly understood, it is just as easy to expel an intruding and obnoxious thought from the mind. About this there ought to be no mistake, no two opinions. The thing is obvious, clear, and unmistakable. It should be as easy to expel an obnoxious thought from your mind as it is to shake a stone out of your shoe. And till a man can do that, it is just nonsense to talk about his ascendancy over nature and all the rest of it. He is a mere slave, and prey to the bat-winged phantoms that flit through the corridors of his own brain. Yet the weary and careworn faces that we meet by thousands, even among the affluent classes of civilization, testify only too clearly how seldom this mastery is obtained. How rare indeed to meet a man, how common rather to discover a creature, hounded on by tyrant thoughts or cares or desires, cowering, wincing under the lash, or perchance priding himself to run merrily in obedience to a driver that rattles the reins and persuades him that he is free, whom we cannot converse with in careless tete-a-tete because that alien presence is always there on the watch. It is one of the most prominent doctrines of Raja Yoga that the power of expelling thoughts, or if need be, killing them dead on the spot, must be obtained. Naturally, the art requires practice, but like other arts, when once acquired there is no mystery or difficulty about it, and it is worth practice. It may indeed fairly be said that life only begins when this art has been acquired, for obviously, when instead of being ruled by individual thoughts, the whole flock of them in their immense multitude and variety and capacity is ours to direct and dispatch and employ where we list. For he maketh the winds his messengers and the flaming fire his minister. Life becomes a thing so vast and grand compared with what it was before, that its former condition may well appear almost antenatal. If you can kill a thought dead, for the time being, you can do anything else with it that you please, and therefore it is that this power is so valuable. And it not only frees a man from mental torment, which is 9/10 at least of the torment of life, but it gives him a concentrated power of handling mental work absolutely unknown to him before. The two things are correlative to each other. As already said, this is one of the principles of Raja Yoga. While at work, your thought is to be absolutely concentrated in it, undistracted by anything whatever irrelevant to the matter in hand, pounding away like a great engine with giant power and perfect economy, no wear and tear of friction or dislocation of parts owing to the working of different forces at the same time. Then, when the work is finished, if there is no more occasion for the use of the machine, it must stop equally, absolutely, stop entirely, no worrying, as if a parcel of boys were allowed to play their devilments with a locomotive as soon as it was in the shed. And the man must retire into that region of his consciousness where his true self dwells. I say the power of the thought machine itself is enormously increased by this faculty of letting it alone on the one hand, and of using it singly and with concentration on the other. It becomes a true tool, which a master workman lays down when done with, but which only a bungler carries about with him all the time, to show that he is the possessor of it. We ask the students to read carefully the above quotations from Mr. Carpenter's book, for they are full of suggestions that may be taken up to advantage by those who are emancipating themselves from the slavery of the unmastered mind, and who are now bringing the mind under control of the ego by means of the will. Our next lesson will take up the subject of the relationship of the I to the universal I, and will be called the expansion of the self. It will deal with the subject not from a theoretical standpoint, but from the position of the teacher who is endeavoring to make his students actually aware in their consciousness of the truth of the proposition. In this course, we are not trying to make our students past masters of theory, but are endeavoring to place them in a position whereby they may know for themselves and actually experience the things of which we teach. Therefore, we urge upon you not to merely rest content with reading this lesson, but instead to study and meditate upon the teachings mentioned under the head of mental drill, until the distinctions stand out clearly in your mind, and until you not only believe them to be true, but actually are conscious of the I and its mental tools. Have patience and perseverance. The task may be difficult, but the reward is great. To become conscious of the greatness, majesty, strength, and power of your real being is worth years of hard study. Do you not think so? Then study and practice hopefully, diligently, and earnestly. Peace be with you. Mantrams, affirmations, for the second lesson. I am an entity. My mind is my instrument of expression. I exist independent of my mind and am not dependent upon it for existence or being. I am master of my mind, not its slave. I can set aside my sensations, emotions, passions, desires, intellectual faculties, and all the rest of my mental collection of tools as not I things, and still there remains something, and that something is I, which cannot be set aside by me, for it is my very self. My own self, my real self, I. That which remains after all that may be set aside is set aside as the I, myself, eternal, constant, unchangeable. End of section 5. Recording by Lee Smalley.
Section 6 of a series of lessons in Raja Yoga. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A series of lessons in Raja Yoga by Yogi Ramacharaka. The third lesson, the expansion of the self, part 1. In the first 2 lessons of this course, we have endeavored to bring to the candidate a realization in consciousness of the reality of the I, and to enable him to distinguish between the self and its sheaths, physical and mental. In the present lesson, we will call his attention to the relationship of the I to the universal I, and will endeavor to give him an idea of a greater, grander self, transcending personality, and the little self that we are so apt to regard as the I. The keynote of this lesson will be the oneness of all, and all of its teachings will be directed to awakening a realization in consciousness of that great truth. But we wish to impress upon the mind of the candidate that we are not teaching him that he is the Absolute. We are not teaching the I am God belief, which we consider to be erroneous and misleading and a perversion of the original yogi teaching. This false teaching has taken possession of many of the Hindu teachers and people, and with its accompanying teaching of Maya, or the complete illusion or non-existence of the universe, has reduced millions of people to a passive negative mental condition, which undoubtedly is retarding their progress. Not only in India is this true, but the same facts may be observed among the pupils of the Western teachers who have embraced this negative side of the Oriental philosophy. Such people confound the absolute and relative aspects of the one, and being unable to reconcile the facts of life and the universe with their theories of I am God, they are driven to the desperate expedient of boldly denying the universe and declaring it to be all an illusion or Maya. You will have no trouble in distinguishing the pupils of the teachers holding this view. They will be found to exhibit the most negative mental condition, a natural result of absorbing the constant suggestion of nothingness, the gospel of negation. In marked contrast to the mental condition of the students, however, will be observed the mental attitude of the teachers, who are almost uniformly examples of vital positive mental force, capable of hurling their teaching into the minds of their pupils, of driving in their statements by the force of an awakened will. The teacher, as a rule, has awakened to the sense of the I consciousness, and really develops the same by his I am God attitude, because by holding this mental attitude, he is enabled to throw off the influence of the sheaths of the lower mental principles, and the light of the self shows forth fiercely and strongly, sometimes to such an extent that it fairly scorches the mentality of the less advanced pupil. But notwithstanding this awakened I consciousness, the teacher is handicapped by his intellectual misconception and befogging metaphysics, and is unable to impart the I consciousness to his pupils, and instead of raising them up to shine with equal splendor with himself, he really forces them into a shadow by reason of his teaching. Our students, of course, will understand that the above is not written in the spirit of carping criticism or fault-finding. We hold no such mental attitude, and indeed could not if we remain true to our conception of truth. We are mentioning these matters simply that the student may avoid this I am God pitfall, which awaits the candidate just as he is well started on the path. It would not be such a serious matter if it were merely a question of faulty metaphysics, for that would straighten itself out in time. But it is far more serious than this, for the teaching inevitably leads to the accompanying teaching that all is illusion, or Maya, and that life is but a dream, a false thing, a lie, a nightmare, that the journey along the path is but an illusion, that everything is nothing, that there is no soul, that you are God in disguise, and that he is fooling himself in making believe that he is you, that life is but a divine masquerade or sleight-of-hand performance, that you are God, but that you, God, are fooling yourself, God, in order to amuse yourself, God. Is not this horrible? And yet it shows to what lengths the human mind will go before it will part with some pet theory of metaphysics with which it has been hypnotized. Do you think that we have overdrawn the picture? Then read some of the teachings of these schools of the Oriental philosophy, or listen to some of the more radical of the Western teachers preaching this philosophy. The majority of the latter lack the courage of the Hindu teachers in carrying their theories to a logical conclusion, and consequently they veil their teachings with metaphysical subtlety. But a few of them are more courageous, and come out into the open and preach their doctrine in full. Some of the modern Western teachers of this philosophy explain matters by saying that God is masquerading as different forms of life, including man, in order that he may gain the experience resulting therefrom. For although he has infinite and absolute wisdom and knowledge, he lacks the experience that comes only from actually living the life of the lowly forms, and therefore he descends thus in order to gain the needed experience. Can you imagine the Absolute, possessed of all possible knowledge and wisdom, feeling the need of such petty experience and living the life of the lowly forms, including man, in order to gain experience? To what depths do these vain theories of man drive us? Another leading Western teacher, who has absorbed the teaching of certain branches of the Oriental philosophy and who possesses the courage of his convictions, boldly announces that you yourself are the totality of being, and with your mind alone create, preserve, and destroy the universe, which is your own mental product. And again, the last mentioned teacher states, the entire universe is a bagatelle illustration of your own creative power, which you are now exhibiting for your own inspection. By their fruits you shall know them is a safe rule to apply to all teachings. The philosophy that teaches that the universe is an illusion perpetrated by you, God, to amuse, entertain, or fool yourself, God, can have but one result, and that is the conclusion that everything is nothing, and all that is necessary to do is to sit down, fold your hands, and enjoy the divine exhibition of legerdemain that you are performing for your own entertainment. And then, when the show is over, return to your state of conscious godhood, and recall with smiles the pleasant memories of the conjure show that you created to fool yourself with during several billions of ages. That is what it amounts to, and the result is that those accepting this philosophy, thrust upon them by forceful teachers, and knowing in their hearts that they are not God, but absorbing the suggestions of nothingness, are driven into a state of mental apathy and negativeness, the soul sinking into a stupor from which it may not be roused for a long period of time. We wish you to avoid confounding our teaching with this just mentioned. We wish to teach you that you are a real being, not God himself, but a manifestation of him who is the Absolute. You are a child of the Absolute, if you prefer the term, possessed of the divine heritage, and whose mission it is to unfold qualities which are your inheritances from your parent. Do not make the great mistake of confounding the relative with the absolute. Avoid this pitfall into which so many have fallen. Do not allow yourself to fall into the slough of despond and wallow in the mud of nothingness, and to see no reality except in the person of some forceful teacher who takes the place of the absolute in your mind. But raise your head and assert your divine parentage and your heritage from the absolute, and step out boldly on the path asserting the I. We must refer the candidate back to our advanced course for our teachings regarding the absolute and the relative. The last 3 lessons of that course will throw light upon what we have just said. To repeat the teaching at this point would be to use space which is needed for the lesson before us. And yet, while I is not God, the Absolute, it is infinitely greater than we have imagined it to be before the light dawned upon us. It extends itself far beyond what we had conceived to be its limits. It touches the universe at all its points, and is in the closest union with all of life. It is in the closest touch with all that has emanated from the Absolute, all the world of relativity. And while it faces the relative universe, it has its roots in the Absolute, and draws nourishment therefrom, just as does the babe in the womb obtain nourishment from the mother. It is verily a manifestation of God, and God's very essence is in it. Surely this is almost as high a statement as the I am God of the teachers just mentioned, and yet, how different. Let us consider the teaching in detail in this lesson and in portions of others to follow. Let us begin with a consideration of the instruments of the ego and the material with which and through which the ego works. Let us realize that the physical body of man is identical in substance with all other forms of matter, and that its atoms are continually changing and being replaced, the material being drawn from the great storehouse of matter, and that there is a oneness of matter underlying all apparent differences of form and substance. And then let us realize that the vital energy, or prana, that man uses in his life work is but a portion of that great universal energy which permeates everything and everywhere, the portion being used by us at any particular moment being drawn from the universal supply, and again passing out from us into the great ocean of force or energy. And then let us realize that even the mind, which is so close to the real self that it is often mistaken for it, even that wonderful thing, thought, is but a portion of the universal mind. the highest emanation of the Absolute beneath the plane of spirit, and that the mind, substance, or chitta that we are using this moment is not ours separately and distinctly, but is simply a portion from the great universal supply, which is constant and unchangeable. Let us then realize that even this thing that we feel pulsing within us, that which is so closely bound up with the spirit as to be almost inseparable from it, that which we call life, is but a bit of that great life principle that pervades the universe, and which cannot be added to nor subtracted from. When we have realized these things, and have begun to feel our relation in these particulars to the one great emanation of the Absolute, then we may begin to grasp the idea of the oneness of spirit, and the relation of the I to every other I, and the merging of the self into the one great self, which is not the extinction of individuality, as some have supposed, but the enlargement and extension of the individual consciousness until it takes in the whole. In Lessons 10 and 11 of the Advanced Course, we called your attention to the Yogi teachings concerning akasa, or matter, and showed you that all forms of what we know as matter are but different forms of manifestation of the principle called akasa, or as the Western scientists call it, ether. This ether, or akasa, is the finest, thinnest, and most tenuous form of matter. In fact, it is matter in its ultimate or fundamental form, the different forms of what we call matter being but manifestations of this akasa, or ether, the apparent difference resulting from different rates of vibration, etc. We mention this fact here merely to bring clearly before your mind the fact of the universality of matter, to the end that you may realize that each and every particle of your physical body is but a portion of this great principle of the universe, fresh from the great storehouse and just about returning to it again, for the atoms of the body are constantly changing. That which appears as your flesh today may have been part of a plant a few days before, and may be part of some other living thing a few days hence. Constant change is going on, and what is yours today was someone else's yesterday, and still another's tomorrow. You do not own one atom of matter personally. It is all a part of the common supply, the stream flowing through you and through all life, on and on forever. And so it is with the vital energy that you are using every moment of your life. You are constantly drawing upon the great universal supply of prana, then using what is given you, allowing the force to pass on to assume some other form. It is the property of all, and all you can do is use what you need and allow it to pass on. There is but one force or energy, and that is to be found everywhere at all times. And even the great principle, mind substance, is under the same law. It is hard for us to realize this. We are so apt to think of our own mental operations as distinctively our own, something that belongs to us personally, that it is difficult for us to realize that mind substance is a universal principle, just as matter or energy, and that we are but drawing upon the universal supply in our mental operations. And more than this, the particular portion of mind substance that we are using, although separated from the mind substance used by other individuals by a thin wall of the very finest kind of matter, is really in touch with the other apparently separated minds, and with the universal mind of which it forms a part. Just as is the matter of which our physical bodies are composed really in touch with all matter, and just as is the vital force used by us really in touch with all energy, so is our mind substance really in touch with all mind substance. It is as if the ego, in its progress, were moving through great oceans of matter, energy, or mind substance, making use of that of each which it needed, and which immediately surrounded it, and leaving each behind as it moved on through the great volume of the ocean. This illustration is clumsy, but it may bring to your consciousness a realization that the ego is the only thing that is really yours, unchangeable and unaltered, and that all the rest is merely that portion of the universal supply that you draw to yourself for the wants of the moment. It may also bring more clearly before your mind the great unity of things, may enable you to see things as a whole rather than as separated parts, Remember you, the I, are the only real thing about and around you. All that has permanence, and matter, force, and even mind substance are but your instruments for use and expression. There are great oceans of each surrounding the I as it moves along. It is well for you also to bear in mind the universality of life. All of the universe is alive, vibrating and pulsating with life and energy and motion. There is nothing dead in the universe. Life is everywhere and always accompanied by intelligence. There is no such thing as a dead, unintelligent universe. Instead of being atoms of life floating in a sea of death, we are atoms of life surrounded by an ocean of life, pulsating, moving, thinking, living. Every atom of what we call matter is alive. It has energy or force with it, and is always accompanied by intelligence and life. Look around us as we will, at the animal world, at the plant world, yes, even at the world of minerals, and we see life, 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 all alive and having intelligence. When we are able to bring this conception into the realm of actual consciousness, when we are able not only to intellectually accept this fact, but to go still further and feel and be conscious of this universal life on all sides, then are we well on the road to attaining the cosmic consciousness. But these things are but steps leading up to the realization of the oneness in spirit on the part of the individual. Gradually there dawns upon him the realization that there is a unity in the manifestation of spirit from the Absolute, a unity with itself, and a union with the Absolute. All this manifestation of spirit on the part of the Absolute, all this begetting of divine children, was in the nature of a single act rather than as a series of acts, if we may be permitted to speak of the manifestations as an act. Each ego is a center of consciousness in this great ocean of spirit. Each is a real self, apparently separate from the others and from its source. But the separation is only apparent in both cases, for there is the closest bond of union between the egos of the universe of universes. Each is knit to the other in the closest bond of union, and each is still attached to the Absolute by spiritual filament, if we may use the term. In time, we shall grow more conscious of this mutual relationship as the sheaths are outgrown and cast aside, and in the end, we will be withdrawn into the Absolute, shall return to the mansion of the Father. It is of highest importance to the developing soul to unfold into a realization of this relationship and unity. For when this conception is once fully established, the soul is enabled to rise above certain of the lower planes and is free from the operation of certain laws that bind the undeveloped soul. Therefore, the yogi teachers are constantly leading the candidates toward this goal, first by this path and then by that one, giving them different glimpses of the desired point, until finally the student finds a path best fitted for his feet, and he moves along straight to the mark, and throwing aside the confining bonds that have proved so irksome, he cries aloud for joy at his newfound freedom. The following exercises and mental drills are intended to aid the candidate in his work of growing into a realization of his relationship with the whole of life and being. End of Section 6. Recording by E.K. Lemons.
Section 7 of a series of lessons in Raja Yoga. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A series of lessons in Raja Yoga by Yogi Ramacharaka. The third lesson, The Expansion of the Self, Part 2. Mental Drill. 1. Read over what we have said in the advanced course regarding the principle known as matter. Realize that all matter is one at the last, that the real underlying substance of matter is akasha or ether, and that all the varying forms evident to our senses are but modifications and grosser forms of that underlying principle. Realize that by known chemical processes, all forms of matter known to us, or rather all combinations resulting in forms, may be resolved into their original elements, and that these are merely akasha in different states of vibration. Let the idea of oneness of visible universe sink deeply into your mind until it becomes fixed there. The erroneous conception of diversity in the material world must be replaced by the consciousness of unity, oneness, at the last, in spite of the appearance of variety and manifold forms. You must grow to see behind the world of forms of matter and see the great principle of matter, akasha or ether, back of, within, and under it all. You must grow to feel this as well as to intellectually see it. 2. Meditate over the last mentioned truths, and then follow the matter still further. Read what we have said in the advanced course, lesson 11, about the last analysis of matter, showing it fading away into force or energy until the dividing line is lost, and matter merges into energy or force, showing them both to be but the same thing, matter being a grosser form of energy or force. This idea should be impressed upon the understanding in order that the complete edifice of the knowing of the oneness may be complete in all its parts. 3. Then read in the advanced lessons about energy or force in the oneness underlying its various manifestations. Consider how one form of energy may be transformed into another, and so on around the circle, the one principle producing the entire chain of appearances. Realize that the energy within you, by which you move and act, is but one of the forms of this great principle of energy with which the universe is filled, and that you may draw to you the required energy from the great universal supply. But above all, endeavor to grasp the idea of oneness pervading the world of energy or force or motion. See it in its entirety rather than its apparent separateness. These steps may appear somewhat tedious and useless, but take our word for it, they are all helps in fitting the mind to grasp the idea of oneness of all. Each step is important and renders the next higher one more easily attained. In this mental drill, it will be well to mentally picture the universe in perpetual motion. Everything is in motion. All matter is moving and changing its forms and manifesting the energy within it. Suns and worlds rush through space, their particles constantly changing and moving. Chemical composition and decomposition is constant and unceasing. Everywhere the work of building up and breaking down is going on. New combinations of atoms and worlds are constantly being formed and dissolved. And after considering this oneness of the principle of energy, reflect that through all these changes of form, the ego, the real self, you, stand unchanged and unharmed, eternal, invincible, indestructible, invulnerable, real, and constant among this changing world of forms and force. You are above it all, and it revolves around and about you, Spirit. 4. Read what we have said in the advanced course about force or energy, shading into mind substance, which is its parent. Realize that mind is back of all this great exhibition of energy and force that you have been considering. Then will you be ready to consider the oneness of mind. 5. Read what we have said in the advanced lessons about mind substance. Realize that there is a great world of mind substance, or an universal mind, which is at the disposal of the ego. All thought is the product of the ego's use of this mind substance, its tool and instrument. Realize that this ocean of mind is entire and whole, and that the ego may draw freely from it. Realize that you have the great ocean of mind at your command when you unfold sufficiently to use it. Realize that mind is back of and underneath all of the world of form and names and action. and that in that sense all is mind. Although still higher in the scale than even mind are you, the real self, the ego, the manifestation of the Absolute. 6. Realize your identity with and relationship to all of life. Look around you at life in all its forms, from the lowest to the highest, all being exhibitions of great principle of life in operation along different stages of the path. Scorn not the humblest forms, but look behind the form and see the reality, life. Feel yourself a part of the great universal life. Let your thought sink to the depths of the ocean and realize your kinship with the life back of the forms dwelling there. Do not confound the forms, often hideous from your personal point of view, with the principle behind them. Look at the plant life and the animal life and seek to see behind the veil of forms into the real life behind and underneath the form. Learn to feel your life, throbbing and thrilling with life principle in these other forms, and in the forms of those of your own race. Gaze into the starry skies and see there the numerous suns and worlds, all people with life in some of its myriad forms, and feel your kinship to it. If you can grasp this thought and consciousness, you'll find yourself at one-ment with those whirling worlds, and instead of feeling small and insignificant by comparison, you will be conscious of an expansion of self until you feel that in those circling worlds is a part of yourself, that you are there also while standing upon the earth, that you are akin to all parts of the universe, nay more, that they are as such your home as is the spot upon which you are standing. You will find sweeping upon you a sense of consciousness that the universe is your home, not merely a part of it, as you had previously thought. You will experience a sense of greatness and broadness and grandness such as you have never dreamed of. You will begin to realize at least a part of your divine inheritance, and to know indeed that you are a child of infinite, the very essence of your divine parent being in the fibers of your being. At such times of realization, one becomes conscious of what lies before the soul in its upward path, and how small the greatest prices that earth has to offer are when compared to some of these things before the soul, as seen by the eyes of the spiritual mind in the moments of clear vision. You must not dispute with these visions of the greatness of the soul, but must treat them hospitably, for they are your very own, coming to you from the regions of your spiritual mind, which are unfolding into consciousness. 7. The highest step in this dawning consciousness of oneness of all is the one in which is realized that there is but one reality, and at the same time the sense of consciousness that the I is in that reality. It is most difficult to express this thought in words, for it is something that must be felt rather than seen by the intellect. When the soul realizes that the spirit within it is, at the last, the only real part of it, and that the Absolute and its manifestation as spirit is the only real thing in the universe, a great step has been taken. But there is still one higher step to be taken before the full sense of oneness and reality comes to us. That step is the one in which we realize the identity of the I with the great I of the universe. The mystery of the manifestation of the Absolute in the form of the Spirit is veiled from us. The mind confesses its inability to penetrate behind the veil, shielding the Absolute from view, although it will give us a report of its being conscious of the presence of the Absolute just at the edge of the boundary line. But the highest region of the spiritual mind, when explored by the advanced souls who are well along the path, reports that it seems beyond the apparent separation of spirit from spirit, and realizes that there is but one reality of spirit, and that all the eyes are really but different views of that one centers of consciousness upon the surface of the great I, the center of which is the Absolute itself. This certainly penetrates the whole region of spiritual mind and gives us all the message of oneness of the spirit, just as the intellect satisfies us with its message of oneness of matter, energy, and mind. The idea of oneness permeates all planes of life. The sense of reality of the I, that it is apparent to you in the moments of your clearest mental vision, is really the reflection of the sense of the reality underlying the whole. It is the consciousness of the whole, manifesting through your point or center of consciousness. The advanced student or initiate finds his consciousness gradually enlarging until it realizes its identity with the whole. He realizes that under all the forms and names of the visible world, there is to be found one life, one force, one substance, one existence, one reality, one. And instead of his experiencing any sense of the loss of identity or individuality, he becomes conscious of an enlargement, of an expansion of individuality or identity. Instead of feeling himself absorbed in the whole, he feels that he is spreading out and embracing the whole. This is most hard to express in words, for there are no words to fit the conception. And all that we can hope to do is to start into motion by means of our words, the vibrations that will find a response in the minds of those who read the words, to the end that they will experience the consciousness which will bring its own understanding. This consciousness cannot be transmitted by words proceeding from the intellect, but vibrations may be set up that will prepare the mind to receive the message from its own higher planes. Even in the early stages of dawning consciousness, one is enabled to identify the real part of himself with the real part of all other forms of life that pass before his notice. In every other man, in every animal, in every plant, in every mineral, he sees behind the sheath and form of appearance an evidence of the presence of the spirit, which is akin to his own spirit, yea, more than akin, for the two are one. He sees himself in all of life, in all time, in all places. He realizes that the real self is everywhere, present and everlasting, and that the life within himself is also within all the universe. In everything, for there is nothing dead in the universe, and all life in all of its varying phases is simply the one life held, used and enjoyed in common by all. Each ego is a center of consciousness in this great ocean of life, and while apparently separate and distinct, is yet really in touch with the whole and with every apparent part. It is not our intention in this lesson to go into the details of this great mystery of life, or to recite the comparatively little of the truth that the most advanced teachers and masters have handed down. This is not the place for it. It belongs to the subject Jnana Yoga rather than Raja Yoga. And we touch upon it here not for the purpose of trying to explain the scientific side of it for you, but merely in order that your minds may be led to take up the idea and gradually manifest it in your conscious realization. There is quite a difference between the scientific intellectual teaching of Jnana Yoga, whereby the metaphysical and scientific sides of the yogi teachings are presented to the minds of the students in a logical, scientific manner, and the methods of Raja Yoga, in which candidates is led by degrees to a consciousness outside of mere intellectual belief of his real nature and powers. We are following the latter plan, for this course is a course in Raja Yoga. We are aiming to present the matter to the mind in such a manner that it may prepare the way for the dawning consciousness by brushing away the preconceived notions and prejudices, and allowing a clean entrance for the new conception. Much that we have said in this lesson may appear on one hand like useless repetition, and on the other hand like an incomplete presentation of the scientific side of the yogi teachings. But it will be found in time that the effect has been that the mind of the student has undergone a change from the absorbing of the idea of the oneness of life and the expansion of the self. The candidate is urged not to be in too much of a hurry. Development must not be forced. Read what we have written and practice the mental drills we have given. Even if they may appear trifling and childish to some of you, we know what they will do for you, and you will agree with us in time. Make haste slowly. You will find out that the mind will work out the matter, even though you be engaged in your ordinary work and have forgotten the subject for the time. The greater portion of mental work is done in this way, while you are busy with something else or even asleep. For the subconscious portion of the mind works along the lines pointed out for it and performs its task. As we have said, the purpose of this lesson is to bring you in the way of the unfoldment of consciousness, rather than to teach you the details of the scientific side of the yogi teachings. Development is the keynote of Raja Yoga, and the reason that we wish to develop this sense of reality of I and the expansion of the self at this place is thereby you may assert your mastery over matter, energy, and mind. Before you may mount your throne as king, you must fully realize in consciousness that you are the reality in this world of appearances. You must realize that you, the real you, are not only existent and real, but you are in touch with all else that is real. And the roots of your being are grounded in the Absolute itself. You must realize that instead of being a separate atom of reality, isolated and fixed in a narrow space, you are a center of consciousness in the whole of reality, and that the universe of universes is your home. That your center of consciousness might be moved onto a point trillions of miles from the earth, which distance would be as nothing in space, and still you. The awakened soul would be just as much at home there as here. That even while you are here, your influence extends far out into space. Your real state, which will be revealed to you gradually throughout the ages, is so great and grand that your mind in its present state of development cannot grasp even the faint reflection of that glory. We wish you try to form at least a faint idea of your real state of being, in order that you may control the lower principles by the force of your awakened will, which will depends upon your degree of consciousness of the real self. As man grows in understanding and consciousness of real self, so does his ability to use his will grow. Will is the attribute of the real self. It is well that this great realization of real self brings with love for all of life and kindness. For were it not so, the will that to the great herd of those of the race who had not progressed so far, their relative herd be mean, for in the end, and at the last, no soul is ever really hurt. But the dawning power brings with it greater love and kindness, and the higher the soul mounts, the more is it filled with the higher ideals, and more does it throw from it the lower animal attributes. It is true that some of the souls growing into consciousness of their real nature, without an understanding of what it all means, may commit the error of using awakened will for selfish ends, as may be seen in the cases of black magicians spoken of in the occult writings, and also in cases of well-known characters in history and in modern life, who manifest an enormous will which they misuse. All of this class of people of great will have stumbled or grown blindly into a consciousness or partial consciousness of real nature, but lack the restraining influence of higher teachings. But such misuse of will brings pain and unrest to the user, and he is eventually driven into the right road. We do not expect our students to grasp fully this idea of expansion of self. Even the highest grasp it only partially. But until you get a glimmering of the consciousness, you will not be able to progress far on the path of Raja Yoga. You must understand what you are before you are able to use the power that lies dormant within you. You must realize that you are the master before you can claim the powers of the master and expect to have your commands obeyed. So bear patiently with us, your teachers, while we set before you the lessons to be learned, the task to be performed. The road is long and is rough in places. The feet may become tired and bruised, but the reward is great, and there are resting places along the path. Be not discouraged if your progress seems slow, for the soul must be unfolded naturally as does the flower, without haste, without force. And be not dismayed nor affrighted if you occasionally catch a glimpse of your higher self. As MC says in her notes on Light on the Path, see Advanced Course, page 95. To have seen thy soul in its bloom is to have obtained a momentary glimpse in thyself of the transfiguration which shall eventually make thee more than man. To recognize is to achieve the great task of gazing upon the blazing light without dropping the eyes, and not falling back in terror as though before some ghastly phantom. This happens to some, and so, when the victory is all but won, it is lost. Peace be with thee. Mantra. Affirmation for the third lesson. There is but one ultimate form of matter, one ultimate form of energy, one ultimate form of mind. Matter proceeds from energy, and energy from mind, and all are emanation of the Absolute. Threefold in appearance, but one in substance. There is but one life, and that permeates the universe, manifesting in various forms, but being at the last but one. My body is one with universal matter. My energy and vital force is one with the universal energy. My mind is one with the universal mind. My life is one with the universal life. The Absolute has expressed and manifested itself in spirit, which is the real I, overshadowing and embracing all the apparently separate I's. I feel my identity with spirit and realize the oneness of all reality. I feel my unity with all spirit, and my union through spirit with the Absolute. I realize that I am an expression and manifestation of the Absolute, and that its very essence is within me. I am filled with divine love. I am filled with divine power. I am filled with divine wisdom. I am conscious of identity in spirit, in substance, and in nature, with the one reality. End of section 7.
Chapter 8 of a series of lessons in Raja Yoga. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A series of lessons in Raja Yoga by Yogi Ramacharaka. The fourth lesson, Mental Control, Part 1. In our first 3 lessons of this series, we have endeavored to bring into realization within your mind 1. The consciousness of the I, its independence from the body, its immortality, its invincibility and invulnerability. 2. The superiority of the I over the mind, as well as over the body. The fact that the mind is not the I, but is merely an instrument for the expression of the I. The fact that the I is master of the mind as well as of the body. That the I is behind all thought. That the I can set aside for consideration the sensations, emotions, passions, desires, and the rest of the mental phenomena, and still realize that it, the I, is apart from these mental manifestations and remains unchanged, real, and fully existent. That the I can set aside any and all of its mental tools and instruments as not I things, and still consciously realize that after so setting them aside, there remains something, itself, the I, which cannot be set aside or taken from. That the I is the master of the mind and not its slave. 3. That the I is a much greater thing than the little personal I we have been considering it to be. That the I is a part of that great one reality which pervades all the universe. That it is connected with all other forms of life by countless ties, mental and spiritual filaments and relations. That the I is the center of consciousness in that great one reality or spirit, which is behind and back of all life and existence, the center of which reality or existence is the Absolute or God. That the sense of reality that is inherent in the I is really the reflection of the sense of reality inherent in the whole, the great I of the universe. The underlying principle of these 3 lessons is the reality of the I in itself, over and above all matter, force, or mind, positive to all of them, just as they are positive or negative to each other, and negative only to the center of the One, the Absolute itself. And this is the position for the candidate or initiate to take. I am positive to mind, energy, and matter, and control them all. I am negative only to the Absolute, which is the center of being, of which being I am. And as I assert my mastery over mind, energy, and matter, and exercise my will over them, so do I acknowledge my subordination to the Absolute, and gladly open my soul to the inflow of the divine will, and partake of its power, strength, and wisdom. In the present lesson, and those immediately following it, we shall endeavor to assist the candidate or initiate in acquiring a mastery of the subordinate manifestations, matter, energy, and mind. In order to acquire and assert this mastery, one must acquaint himself with the nature of the thing to be controlled. In our advanced course, we have endeavored to explain to you the nature of the 3 great manifestations known as Hita, or mind substance, Prana, or energy, and Akasa, or the principle of matter. We also explained to you that the I of man is superior to these 3, being what is known as Atman, or spirit. Matter, energy, and mind, as we have explained, are manifestations of the Absolute, and are relative things. The Yogi philosophy teaches that matter is the grossest form of manifested substance, being below energy and mind, and consequently negative to and subordinate to both. One stage higher than matter is energy or force, which is positive to and has authority over matter, matter being a still grosser form of substance, but which is negative to and subordinate to mind, which is a still higher form of substance. Next in order comes the highest of the three, mind, the finest form of substance, and which dominates both energy and matter, being positive to both. Mind, however, is negative and subordinate to the I, which is spirit, and obeys the orders of the latter when firmly and intelligently given. The I itself is subordinate only to the Absolute, the center of being, the I being positive and dominant over the threefold manifestation of mind, energy, and matter. The I, which for the sake of the illustration must be regarded as a separate thing, although it is really only a center of consciousness in the great body of spirit, finds itself surrounded by the triple ocean of mind, energy, and matter, which ocean extends into infinity. The body is but a physical form through which flows an unending stream of matter, for, as you know, the particles and atoms of the body are constantly changing, being renewed, replaced, thrown off, and supplanted. One's body of a few years ago, or rather the particles composing that body, have passed off, and now form new combinations in the world of matter. And one's body of today is passing away and being replaced by new particles. And one's body of next year is now occupying some other portion of space, and its particles are now parts of countless other combinations, from which space and combinations they will later come to combine and form the body of next year. There is nothing permanent about the body. Even the particles of the bones are being constantly replaced by others. And so it is with the vital energy, force, or strength of the body, including that of the brain. It is constantly being used up and expended, a fresh supply taking its place. And even the mind of the person is changeable, and the mind substance, or kita, is being used up and replenished, the new supply coming from the great ocean of mind, into which the discarded portion slips, just as is the case with the matter and energy. While the majority of our students, who are more or less familiar with the current material scientific conceptions, will readily accept the above idea of the ocean of matter and energy, and the fact that there is a continual using up and replenishing of one's store of both, they may have more or less trouble in accepting the idea that mind is a substance or principle amenable to the same general laws as are the other two manifestations or attributes of substance. One is so apt to think of his mind as himself, the I, notwithstanding the fact that in our second lesson of this series we showed you that the I is superior to the mental states, and that it can set them aside and regard and consider them as not I things. Yet the force of the habit of thought is very strong, and it may take some of you considerable time before you get into the way of realizing that your mind is something that you use instead of being you, yourself. And yet you must persevere in attaining this realization, for in the degree that you realize your dominance over your mind, so will be your control of it, and its amenability to that control. And, as is the degree of that dominance and control, so will be the character, grade, and extent of the work that your mind will do for you. So, you see, realization brings control, and control brings results. This statement lies at the base of the science of Raja Yoga, and many of its first exercises are designed to acquaint the student with that realization and to develop the realization and control by habit and practice. The yogi philosophy teaches that instead of mind being the I, it is the thing through and by means of which the I thinks, at least so far as is concerned the knowledge concerning the phenomenal or outward universe, that is, the universe of name and form. There is a higher knowledge locked up in the innermost part of the I that far transcends any information that it may receive about or from the outer world. But that is not before us for consideration at this time, and we must concern ourselves with the thinking about the world of things. Mind substance in Sanskrit is called Khita, and a wave in the Khita, which wave is the combination of mind and energy, is called Vrita, which is akin to what we call a thought. In other words, it is mind in action, whereas Khita is mind in repose. Vrita, when literally translated, means a whirlpool or eddy in the mind, which is exactly what a thought really is. But we must call the attention of the student at this point to the fact that the word mind is used in two ways by the yogis and other occultists, and the student is directed to form a clear concept of each meaning in order to avoid confusion, and that he may more clearly perceive the two aspects of the things which the word is intended to express. In the first place, the word mind is used as synonymous with Khita, or mind substance, which is the universal mind principle. From this Khita, mind substance, or mind, all the material of the millions of personal minds is obtained. The second meaning of the word mind is that which we mean when we speak of the mind of anyone, thereby meaning the mental faculties of that particular person, that which distinguishes his mental personality from that of another. We have taught you that this mind in men functions on three planes, and have called the respective manifestations: 1. The instinctive mind, 2. The intellect, and 3. The spiritual mind. See 14 Lessons in Yogi Philosophy, etc. These three mental planes, taken together, make up the mind of the person, or, to be more exact, they, clustered around the I, form the soul of the individual. The word soul is often used as synonymous with spirit, but those who have followed us will distinguish the difference. The soul is the ego, surrounded by its mental principles, while the spirit is the soul of the soul, the I, or real self. The science of Raja Yoga, to which these series of lessons is devoted, teaches as its basic principle the control of the mind. It holds that the first step toward power consists in obtaining a control of one's own mind. It holds that the internal world must be conquered before the outer world is attacked. It holds that the I manifests itself in will, and that will may be used to manipulate, guide, govern, and direct the mind of its owner, as well as the physical world. It aims to clear away all mental rubbish and encumbrances, to conduct a mental house cleaning, as it were, and to secure a clear, clean, healthy mind. Then it proceeds to control that mind intelligently and with effect, saving all waste power, and by means of concentration, bringing the mind in full harmony with the will, that it may be brought to a focus, and its power greatly increased, and its efficiency fully secured. Concentration and willpower are the means by which the yogis obtain such wonderful results, and by which they manage and direct their vigorous, healthy minds, and master the material world, acting positively upon energy and matter. This control extends to all planes of the mind, and the yogis not only control the instinctive mind, holding in subjection its lower qualities and making use of its other parts, but they also develop and enlarge the field of their intellect and obtain from it wonderful results. Even the spiritual mind is mastered and aided in its unfoldment, and urged to pass down into the field of consciousness some of the wonderful secrets to be found within its area. By means of Raja Yoga, many of the secrets of existence and being, many of the riddles of the universe are answered and solved. And by it, the latent powers inherent in the constitution of men are unfolded and brought into action. Those highly advanced in the science are believed to have attained such a wonderful degree of power and control over the forces of the universe that they are as gods compared with the ordinary men. Raja Yoga teaches that not only may power of this kind be secured, but that a wonderful field of knowledge is opened out through its practice. It holds that when the concentrated mind is focused upon thing or subject, the true nature and inner meaning of and concerning that thing or subject will be brought to view. The concentrated mind passes through the object or subject, just as the X-ray passes through a block of wood, and the thing is seen by the eye as it is, in truth, and not as it had appeared before, imperfectly and erroneously. Not only may the outside world be thus explored, but the mental ray may be turned inward, and the secret places of the mind explored. When it is remembered that the bit of mind that each man possesses is like a drop of the ocean, which contains within its tiny compass all the elements that make up the ocean, and that to know perfectly the drop is to know perfectly the ocean, then we begin to see what such a power really means. Many in the Western world who have attained great results in the intellectual and scientific fields of endeavor have developed these powers more or less unconsciously. Many great inventors are practical yogis, although they do not realize the source of their power. Anyone who is familiar with the personal mental characteristics of Edison will see that he follows some of the Raja Yoga methods, and that concentration is one of his strongest weapons. And from all reports, Professor Elmer Gates of Washington, D.C., whose mind has unfolded many wonderful discoveries and inventions, is also a practical yogi, although he may repudiate the assertion vigorously, and may not have familiarized himself with the principles of the science which she has dropped into unconsciously. Those who have reported upon Professor Gates' methods say that he fairly digs out the inventions and discoveries from his mind after going into seclusion and practicing concentration in what is known as the mental vision. But we have given you enough of theory for one lesson, and must begin to give you directions whereby you may aid yourself in developing these latent powers and unfolding these dormant energies. You will notice that in this series we first tell you something about the theory and then proceed to give you something to do. This is the true yogi method, as followed and practiced by their best teachers. Too much theory is tiresome and sings the mind to sleep, while too much exercise tires one and does not give the inquiring part of his mind the necessary food. To combine both in suitable proportions is the better plan, and one that we aim to follow. End of section 8. Chapter 9 of a series of lessons in Raja Yoga. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A series of lessons in Raja Yoga by Yogi Ramacharaka. The fourth lesson, Mental Control, Part 2. Mental Drill and Exercises. Before we can get the mind to do good work for us, we must first tame it and bring it to obedience to the will of the I. The mind, as a rule, has been allowed to run wild and follow its own sweet will and desires without regard to anything else. Like a spoiled child or badly trained domestic animal, it gets into much trouble and is of very little pleasure, comfort, or use. The minds of many of us are like menageries of wild animals, each pursuing the bent of its own nature and going its own way. We have the whole menagerie within us: the tiger, the ape, the peacock, the ass, the goose, the sheep, the hyena, and all the rest. And we have been letting these animals rule us. Even our intellect is erratic, unstable, and like the quicksilver to which the ancient occultists compared it, shifting and uncertain. If you will look around you, you will see that those men and women in the world who have really accomplished anything worthwhile have trained their minds to obedience. They have asserted the will over their own minds and learned mastery and power in that way. The average mind chafes at the restraint of the will, and is like a frisky monkey that will not be taught tricks, but taught it must be if it wants to do good work. And teach it you must if you expect to get any use from it, if you expect to use it, instead of having it use you. And this is the first thing to be learned in Raja Yoga, this control of the mind. Those who had hoped for some royal road to mastery may be disappointed, but there is only one way, and that is to master and control the mind by the will. Otherwise, it will run away when you most need it. And so we shall give you some exercise designed to aid you in this direction. The first exercise in Raja Yoga is what is called pratyahara, or the art of making the mind introspective or turned inward upon itself. It is the first step toward mental control. It aims to turn the mind from going outward and gradually turning it inward upon itself or inner nature. The object is to gain control of it by the will. The following exercises will aid in that direction. Exercise 1. A. Place yourself in a comfortable position and, so far as possible, free from outside disturbing influences. Make no violent effort to control the mind, but rather allow it to run along for a while and exhaust its efforts. It will take advantage of the opportunity and will jump around like an unchained monkey at first, until it gradually slows down and looks to you for orders. It may take some time to tame down at first trial, but each time you try, it will come around to you in shorter time. The yogis spend much time in acquiring this mental peace and calm, and consider themselves well paid for it. B. When the mind is well calmed down and peaceful, fix the thought on the I am, as taught in our previous lessons. Picture the I as an entity independent of the body, deathless, invulnerable, immortal, real. Then think of it as independent of the body and able to exist without its fleshly covering. Meditate upon this for a time, and then gradually direct the thought to the realization of the I as independent and superior to the mind and controlling same. Go over the general ideas of the first 2 lessons and endeavor to calmly reflect upon them and to see them in the mind's eye. You will find that your mind is gradually becoming more and more peaceful and calm, and that the distracting thoughts of the outside world are farther and farther removed from you. C. Then let the mind pass on to a calm consideration of the 3rd lesson, in which we have spoken of the oneness of all, and the relationship of the I to the one life, power, intelligence, being. You will find that you are acquiring a mental control and calm heretofore unknown to you. The exercises in the first 3 lessons will have prepared you for this. The following is the most difficult of the variations or degrees of this exercise, but the ability to perform it will come gradually. The exercise consists in gradually shutting out all thought or impression of the outside world, of the body, and of the thoughts themselves, the student concentrating and meditating upon the word and idea, I am, the idea being that he shall concentrate upon the idea of mere being or existence, symbolized by the words I am. Not I am this, or I am that, or I do this, or I think that, but simply I am. This exercise will focus the attention at the very center of being within oneself, and will gather in all the mental energies, instead of allowing them to be scattered upon outside things. A feeling of peace, strength, and power will result, for the affirmation and the thought back of it is the most powerful and strongest that one may make, for it is a statement of actual being and the turning of the thought inward to that truth. Let the mind first dwell upon the word I, identifying it with the self, and then let it pass on to the word am, which signifies reality and being. Then combine the 2 with the meanings thereof, and the result a most powerful focusing of thought inward and most potent statement of being. It is well to accompany the above exercise with a comfortable and easy physical attitude, so as to prevent the distraction of the attention by the body. In order to do this, one should assume an easy attitude, and then relax every muscle, and take the tension from every nerve, until a perfect sense of ease, comfort, and relaxation is obtained. You should practice this until you have fully acquired it. It will be useful to you in many ways, besides rendering concentration and meditation easier. It will act as a rest cure for tired body, nerves, and mind. Exercise 2. The second step in Raja Yoga is what is known as dharana, or concentration. This is a most wonderful idea in the direction of focusing the mental forces, and may be cultivated to an almost incredible degree. But all this requires work, time, and patience. But the student will be well repaid for it. Concentration consists in the mind focusing upon a certain subject or object and being held there for a time. This, at first thought, seems very easy, but a little practice will show how difficult it is to firmly fix the attention and hold it there. It will have a tendency to waver and move to some other object or subject, and much practice will be needed in order to hold it at the desired point. But practice will accomplish wonders, as one may see by observing people who have acquired this faculty and who use it in their everyday life. But the following point should be remembered. Many persons have acquired the faculty of concentrating their attention, but have allowed it to become almost involuntary, and they become a slave to it, forgetting themselves and everything else, and often neglecting necessary affairs. This is the ignorant way of concentrating, and those addicted to it become slaves to their habits instead of masters of their minds. They become daydreamers and absent-minded people instead of masters. They are to be pitied as much as those who cannot concentrate at all. The secret is in a mastery of the mind. The yogis can concentrate at will and completely bury themselves in the subject before them, and extract from it every item of interest, and can then pass the mind from the thing at will, the same control being used in both cases. They do not allow fits of abstraction or absent-mindedness to come upon them, nor are they daydreamers. On the contrary, they are very wide-awake individuals, close observers, clear thinkers, correct reasoners. They are masters of their minds, not slaves to their moods. The ignorant concentrator buries himself in the object or subject, and allows it to master and absorb himself, while the trained yogi thinkers asserts the I, and then directs his mind to concentrate upon the subject or object, keeping it well under control and in view all the time. Do you see the difference? Then heed the lesson. The following exercises may be found useful in the first steps of concentration. A. Concentrate the attention upon some familiar object, a pencil, for instance. Hold the mind there, and consider the pencil to the exclusion of any other object. Consider its size, color, shape, kind of wood. Consider its uses and purposes, its materials, the process of its manufacture, etc., etc., etc. In short, think as many things about the pencil as possible, allowing the mind to pursue any associated bypaths, such as a consideration of the graphite of which the lead is made, the forest from which came the wood used in making the pencil, the history of pencils and other implements used for writing, etc. In short, exhaust the subject of pencils. In considering a subject under concentration, the following plan of synopsis will be found useful. Think of the thing in question from the following viewpoints. 1. The thing itself. 2. The place from whence it came. 3. Its purpose or use. 4. Its associations. 5. Its probable end. Do not let the apparently trivial nature of the inquiry discourage you, for the simplest form of mental training is useful and will help to develop your will and concentration. It is akin to the process of developing a physical muscle by some simple exercise, and in both cases one loses sight of the unimportance of the exercise itself in view of the end to be gained. B. Concentrate the attention upon some part of the body, the hand for instance, and fixing your entire attention upon it, shut off or inhibit all sensation from the other parts of the body. A little practice will enable you to do this. In addition to the mental training, this exercise will stimulate the part of the body concentrated upon, for reasons that will appear in future lessons. Change the parts of the body concentrated upon, and thus give the mind a variety of exercises, and the body the effect of a general stimulation. C. These exercises may be extended indefinitely upon familiar objects about you. Remember always that the thing in itself is of no importance, the whole idea being to train the mind to obey the will, so that when you really wish to use the mental forces upon some important object, you may find them well trained and obedient. Do not be tempted to slight this part of the work because it is dry and uninteresting, for it leads up to things that are most interesting and opens the door to a fascinating subject. D. Practice focusing the attention upon some abstract subject, that is, upon some subject of interest that may offer a field for mental exploration. Think about the subject in all its phases and branches, following up one bypath and then another, until you feel that you know all about the subject that your mind has acquired. You will be surprised to find how much more you know about any one thing or subject than you had believed possible. In hidden corners of your mind, you will find some useful or interesting information about the thing in question, and when you are through, you will feel well posted upon it and upon the things connected with it. This exercise will not only help to develop your intellectual powers, but will strengthen your memory and broaden your mind and give you more confidence in yourself. And, in addition, you will have taken a valuable exercise in concentration or dharana. The importance of concentration. Concentration is a focusing of the mind, and this focusing of the mind requires a focusing or bringing to a center of the will. The mind is concentrated because the will is focused upon the object. The mind flows into the mold made by the will. The above exercises are designed not only to accustom the mind to the obedience and direction of the will, but also tend to accustom the will to command. We speak of strengthening the will, when what we really mean is training the mind to obey and accustoming the will to command. Our will is strong enough, but we do not realize it. The will takes root in the very center of our being, in the I, but our imperfectly developed mind does not recognize this fact. We are like young elephants that do not recognize their own strength, but allow themselves to be mastered by puny drivers whom they could brush aside with a movement. The will is back of all action, all doing, mental and physical. We shall have much to say touching the will in these lessons, and the student should give the matter his careful attention. Let him look around him, and he will see that the great difference between the men who have stepped forward from the ranks and those who remain huddled up in the crowd consists in determination and will. As Buxton has well said, the longer I live, the more certain I am that the great difference between men, the feeble and the powerful, the great and the insignificant, is energy and invincible determination. And he might have added that the thing behind that energy and invincible determination was will. The writers and thinkers of all ages have recognized the wonderful and transcendent importance of the will. Tennyson sings, "O living will, thou shalt endure when all that seems shall suffer shock." Oliver Wendell Holmes says, "The seat of the will seems to vary with the organ through which it is manifested, to transport itself to different parts of the brain, as we may wish to recall a picture, a phrase, a melody, to throw its force on the muscles or the intellectual processes. Like a general-in-chief, its place is everywhere in the field of action. It is the least like an instrument of any of our faculties, the farthest removed from our conceptions of mechanism and matter as we commonly define them." Holmes was correct in his idea, but faulty in his details. The will does not change its seat, which is always in the center of the ego, but the will forces the mind to all parts and in all directions, and it directs the prana, or vital force, likewise. The will is indeed the general-in-chief, but it does not rush to the various points of action, but sends its messengers and couriers there to carry out its orders. Buxton has said, "The will do anything that can be done in this world, and no talents, no circumstances, no opportunities will make a two-legged creature a man without it." Ike Marvell truly says, "Resolve is what makes a man manifest, not puny resolve, not crude determinations, not errant purpose, but that strong and indefatigable will which treads down difficulties and danger, as a boy treads down the heaving frostlands of winter, which kindles his eye and brain with a proud pulse-beat toward the unattainable. Will makes men giants." The great obstacle to the proper use of the will, in the case of the majority of people, is the lack of ability to focus the attention. The yogis clearly understand this point, and many of the Raja Yoga exercises, which are given to the students by the teachers are designed to overcome this difficulty. Attention is the outward evidence of the will. As a French writer has said, the attention is subject to the superior authority of the ego. I yield it, or I withhold it, as I please. I direct it in turn to several points. I concentrate it upon each point as long as my will can stand the effort. Professor James has said, the essential achievement of the will, when it is most voluntary, is to attend to a difficult object and hold it fast before the mind. Effort of attention is the essential phenomenon of the will. And Professor Halleck says, the first step toward the development of will lies in the exercise of attention. Ideas grow in distinctness and motor power as we attend to them. If we take two ideas of the same intensity and center the attention upon one, we shall notice how much it grows in power. Professor Sully says, attention may be roughly defined as the active self-direction of the mind to any object which presents itself at the moment. The word attention is derived from two Latin words, ad tendere, meaning to stretch towards, and this is just what the yogis know it to be. By means of their psychic or clairvoyant sight, they see the thought of the attentive person stretched out toward the object attended to, like a sharp wedge, the point of which is focused upon the object under consideration, the entire force of the thought being concentrated at that point. This is true not only when the person is considering an object, but when he is earnestly impressing his ideas upon another, or upon some task to be accomplished. Attention means reaching the mind out to and focusing it upon something. The trained will exhibits itself in a tenacious attention, and this attention is one of the signs of the trained will. The student must not hastily conclude that this kind of attention is a common faculty among men. On the contrary, it is quite rare, and is seen only among those of strong mentality. Anyone may fasten his attention upon some passing, pleasing thing, but it takes a trained will to fasten it upon some unattractive thing, and hold it there. Of course, the trained occultist is able to throw interest into the most unattractive thing upon which it becomes advisable to focus his attention, but this, in itself, comes with the trained will, and is not the possession of the average man. Voluntary attention is rare, and is found only among strong characters. But it may be cultivated and grown until he who has scarcely a shade of it today, in time may become a giant. It is all a matter of practice, exercise, and will. It is difficult to say too much in favor of the development of the faculty of tenacious attention. One possessing this developed faculty is able to accomplish far more than even a much brighter man who lacks it. And the best way to train the attention under the direction of the will is to practice upon uninteresting objects and ideas, holding them before the mind until they begin to assume an interest. This is difficult at first, but the task soon begins to take on a pleasant aspect, for one finds that his willpower and attention are growing, and he feels himself acquiring a force and power that were lacking before. He realizes that he is growing stronger. Charles Dickens said that the secret of his success consisted in his developing a faculty of throwing his entire attention into whatever he happened to be doing at the moment, and then being able to turn that same degree of attention to the next thing coming before him for consideration. He was like a man behind a great searchlight, which was successively turned upon point after point, illuminating each in turn. The eye is the man behind the light, and the will is the reflector, the light being the attention. This discussion of will and attention may seem somewhat dry to the student, but that is all the more reason that he should attend to it. It is the secret that lies at the basis of the science of Raja Yoga, and the Yogi masters have attained a degree of concentration, will, and attention that would be inconceivable to the average man on the street. By reason of this, they are able to direct the mind here and there, outward or inward, with an enormous force. They are able to focus the mind upon a small thing with remarkable intensity, just as the rays of the sun may be focused through a sunglass and caused to ignite linen, or, on the other hand, they are able to send forth the mind with intense energy, illuminating whatever it rests upon, just as happens in the case of the strong electric searchlight with which many of us are familiar. By all means, start in to cultivate the attention and will. Practice on the unpleasant tasks. Do the things that you have before you, and from which you have been shrinking because they were unpleasant. Throw interest into them, and the difficulty will vanish, and you will come out of it much stronger and filled with a new sense of power. Mantram, affirmation. I have a will. It is my inalienable property and right. I determine to cultivate and develop it by practice and exercise. My mind is obedient to my will. I assert my will over my mind. I am master of my mind and body. I assert my mastery. My will is dynamic, full of force and energy and power. I feel my strength. I am strong. I am forceful. I am vital. I am center of consciousness, energy, strength, and power, and I claim my birthright. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of A Series of Lessons in Raja Yoga. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Siddharth. A Series of Lessons in Raja Yoga by Yogi Ramacharaka. Chapter 10. The fifth lesson. The Cultivation of Attention. Part 1. In our last lesson, we called your attention to the fact that the yogis devote considerable time and practice to the acquirement of concentration, and we also had something to say regarding the relation of attention to the subject of concentration. In this relation, we shall have more to say on the subject of attention. The important things relating to the practice of Raja Yoga, and the yogis insist upon their students practicing systematically to develop and cultivate the faculty. Attention lies at the base of willpower, and the cultivation of one makes easy the exercise of the other. To explain why we lay so much importance to the cultivation of attention would necessitate our anticipating future lessons of the series, which we do not deem advisable at this time, and so we must ask our students to take our word for it, that all that we have to say regarding the importance of the cultivation of attention is occasioned by the relation of that subject to the use of the mind in certain directions, as will appear fully later on. In order to let you know that we are not advancing some peculiar theory of the yogis, which may not be in harmony with modern Western science, we give you in this article a number of quotations from Western writers and thinkers touching upon this important faculty of the mind, so that you may see that the West and the East agree upon this main point. However different may be their explanations of the fact or their use of the power gained by the cultivation of attention, as we said in our last lesson, the word attention is derived from two Latin words, ad tendere, meaning to stretch toward, which is really what attention is. The eye wills that the mind be focused on some particular object or thing, and the mind obeys and stretches toward that object or thing, focusing its entire energy upon, observing every detail, dissecting, analyzing consciously and subconsciously, drawing to itself every possible bit of information regarding it, both from within and from without. We cannot lay too much stress upon the acquirement of this great faculty, or rather the development of it, for it is necessary for the intelligent study of Raja Yoga. In order to bring out the importance of the subject, suppose we start in by actually giving our attention to the subject of attention, and see how much more there is in it than we had thought. We shall be well repaid for the amount of time and trouble expended upon it. Attention has been defined as a focusing of consciousness, or if one prefers the form of expression, as detention in consciousness. In the first case, we may liken it to the action of the sunglass through which sun's rays are concentrated upon an object, the result being that heat is gathered together at a small given point, the intensity of the same being raised many degrees until heat is sufficient to burn a piece of wood or evaporate water. If the rays were not focused, the same rays and heat would have been scattered over a large surface and the effect and power lessened. So it is with the mind. If it is allowed to scatter itself over the entire field of a subject, it will exert but little power and the results will be weak. But if it is passed through the sun glass of attention and focused first over one part and then over the other, and so on, the matter may be mastered in detail and the result accomplished that will seem little less than marvelous to those who do not know the secret. Thompson has said, the experiences most permanently impressed upon consciousness are those upon which the greatest amount of attention has been fixed. Another writer upon the subject has said that attention is so essentially necessary to understanding that without some degree of the ideas and perceptions that pass through the mind seem to have no trace behind them. Hamilton has said, an act of attention, that is, an act of concentration, seems thus necessary to every exertion of consciousness, as a certain contraction of the pupil is requisite to every exertion of vision. Attention then is consciousness, what the contraction of the pupil is to sight, or to the eye of the mind, what the microscope or telescope is to the bodily eye. It constitutes the better half of all intellectual power. And Brodie adds, quite forcibly, it is attention much more than any difference in the abstract power of reasoning which constitutes the vast difference which exists between minds of different individuals. And Butler gives us this important testimony. The most important intellectual habit I know of is the habit of attending exclusively to the matter in hand. It is commonly said that genius cannot be infused by education, yet this power of concentrated attention, which belongs as a part of his gift to every great discoverer, is unquestionably capable of almost indefinite augmentation by resolute practice. And concluding this review of opinions and endorsements of that which the yogis have so much to say, and to which they attach so much importance, let us listen to the words of Beatty, who says, the force wherewith anything strikes the mind is generally in proportion to the degree of attention bestowed upon it. Moreover, The great art of memory is attention, and inattentive people always have bad memories. There are two general kinds of attention. The first is the attention directed within the mind upon mental objects and concepts. The other is the attention directed outward upon objects external to ourselves. The same general rules and laws apply to both equally. Likewise, there may be drawn another distinction and division of attention into two classes: attention attracted by some impression coming into consciousness without any conscious effort of the will. This is called involuntary attention, for the attention and interest is caught by the attractiveness or novelty of the subject. Attention directed to some object by an effort of the will is called voluntary attention. Involuntary attention is quite common and requires no special training. In fact, the lower animals and younger children seem to have a greater share of it than do adult men. A great percentage of men and women never get beyond the stage to any marked degree. On the other hand, voluntary attention requires effort, will, and determination, and a certain mental training that is beyond the majority of people, for they will not take the trouble to direct their attention in this way. Voluntary attention is the mark of the student and other thoughtful men. They focus their minds on objects that do not yield immediate interest or pleasure, in order that they may learn and accomplish. The careless person will not thus fasten his attention, at least not more than a moment or so, for his involuntary attention is soon attracted by some passing object of no matter how trifling a nature, and the voluntary attention disappears and is forgotten. Voluntary attention is developed by practice and perseverance, and is well worth the trouble, for nothing in the mental world is accomplished without its use. The attention does not readily fasten itself to uninteresting objects, and unless interest can be created, it requires a considerable degree of voluntary attention in order that mind may be fastened upon such an object, and, more than this, even if the ordinary attention is attracted, it will soon waver, unless there is some interesting change in the aspect of the object that will give the attention a fresh hold of interest, or unless some new quality, characteristic, or property manifests itself in the object. This fact occurs because the mind mechanism has not been trained to bear prolonged voluntary attention, and, in fact, the physical brain is not accustomed to the task, although it may be so trained by patient practice. It has long been noticed by investigators that the attention may be rested and freshened either by withdrawing the voluntary attention from the object and allowing the attention to manifest along involuntary lines toward passing objects, etc., or, on the other hand, by directing the voluntary attention into a new field of observation towards some new object. Sometimes one plan will seem to give the best results, and again the other will seem preferable. We have called your attention to the fact that interest develops attention and holds it fixed, while an uninteresting object or subject requires much greater effort and application. This fact is apparent to anyone. A common illustration may be found in the matter of reading a book. Nearly everyone will give his undivided attention to some bright, thrilling story, but few are able to use sufficient voluntary attention to master the pages of some scientific work. But right here, we wish to call your attention to the other side of the case, which is another example of the fact that truth is composed of paradoxes. Just as interest develops attention, so it is a truth that attention develops interest. If one will take the trouble to give a little voluntary attention to an object, he will soon find that a little perseverance will bring to light points of interest in the object. Things before unseen and unsuspected are quickly brought to light, and many new phases and aspects of the subject or object are seen, each one of which in turn becomes an object of interest. This is a fact not so generally known, and one that it will be well for you to remember and to use in practice. Look for the interesting features of an uninteresting thing, and they will appear to your view, and before long the uninteresting object will have changed into a thing having many-sided interests. Voluntary attention is one of the signs of a developed will, that is, of a mind that has been well trained by the will, for the will is always strong, and it is the mind that has to be trained, not the will. On the other hand, one of the best ways to train the mind by the will is by practice in voluntary attention. So you see how the rule works both ways. Some Western psychologists have even advanced theories that voluntary attention is the only part of the will. That part is sufficient for if the attention be firmly fixed and held upon an object, the mind will do the rest. We do not agree with this school of philosophers, but merely mention the fact as an illustration of the importance attributed by psychologists to this matter of voluntary attention. A man of a strongly developed attention often accomplishes far more than some much brighter man who lacks it. Voluntary attention and application is a very good substitute for genius, and often accomplishes far more in the long run. Voluntary attention is the fixing of the mind earnestly and intently upon some particular object, at the same time shutting off from consciousness other objects pressing for entrance. Hamilton has defined it as consciousness voluntarily applied under its law of limitations to some determinate object. The same writer goes on to state that the greater the number of objects to which our consciousness is simultaneously extended, the smaller is the intensity with which it is able to consider each, and consequently the less vivid and distinct will be the information it contains of the several objects. When our interest in any particular object is excited, and when we wish to obtain all the knowledge concerning it in our power, it behooves us to limit our concentration to that object, to the exclusion of others. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Series of Lessons in Raja Yoga. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording was Siddharth. A Series of Lessons in Raja Yoga by Yogi Ramacharaka. Chapter 11. The human mind has the power of attending to only one object at a time, although it is able to pass from one object to another with marvelous degree of speed, so rapidly, in fact, that some have held that it could grasp several things at once, but the best authorities, Eastern and Western, hold the single idea theory as being correct. On this point, we may quote a few authorities. Geoffroy says that it is established by experience that we cannot give our attention to two different objects at the same time, and Holland states that two thoughts, however closely related to one another, cannot be presumed to exist at the same time, and Lewis has told us that the nature of our organism prevents our having more than one aspect of an object at each instant presented to the consciousness. Watley says, the best philosophers are agreed that the mind cannot actually attend to more than one thing at a time, but when it appears to be doing so, it is really shifting with prodigious rapidity backward and forward from one to the other. By giving a concentrated voluntary attention to an object, we not only are able to see and think about it with the greatest possible degree of clearness, but the mind has a tendency under such circumstances to bring into the field of consciousness all different ideas associated in our memory with that object or subject, and to build around the object or subject a mass of associated facts and information. And at the same time, the attention given the subject makes more vivid and clear all that we learn about the thing at the time, and in fact, all that we may afterwards learn about it. It seems to cut a channel through which knowledge flows. Attention magnifies and increases the powers of perception, and greatly aids the exercise of the perceptive faculties by paying attention to something seen or heard. One is enabled to observe the details of the thing seen or heard, and where the inattentive mind acquires, say, 3 impressions, the attentive mind absorbs 3 times 3, or perhaps 3 times 3 times 3, or 27, and, as we have just said, attention brings into play the powers of association and gives us the loose end of an almost infinite chain of associated facts stored away into our memory, forming new combinations of facts which we have never grouped together before, and bring out into the field of consciousness all the many scraps of information regarding the thing to which we are giving attention. The proof of this is within the experience of everyone. Whereas the one who does not remember sitting down to some writing, painting, reading, etc. with interest and attention, and finding, much to his surprise, what a flow of facts regarding the matter in hand was passing through his mind. Attention seems to focus all the knowledge of a thing that you possess, and by bringing it to a point enables you to combine, associate, classify, etc. and thus create new knowledge. Gibbon tells us that after he gave a brief glance and consideration to a new subject, he suspended further work upon it, and allowed his mind, under concentrated attention, to bring forth all his associated knowledge regarding the subject, after which he renewed the task with increased power and efficiency. The more one's attention is fixed upon a subject under consideration, the deeper is the impression which the subject leaves upon the mind, and the easier will it be for him to afterwards pursue the same train of thought and work. Attention is a prerequisite of good memory, and in fact there can be no memory at all unless some degree of attention is given. The degree of memory depends upon the degree of attention and interest, and when it is considered that the work of today is made efficient by the memory of things learned yesterday, the day before yesterday, and so on, it is seen that the degree of attention given today regulates the quality of the work of tomorrow. Some authorities have described genius as the result of great powers of attention, or, at least, that the two seem to run together. Some writer has said that possibly the best definition of genius is the power of concentrating upon some one subject until its possibilities are exhausted and absorbed. Simpson has said that the power and habit of thinking closely and continuously upon the subject at hand to the exclusion, for the time, of all other subjects, is one of the principal, if indeed not the principal means of success. Sir Isaac Newton has told his plan of absorbing information and knowledge. He has stated that he would keep the subject under consideration before him continually, and then would wait till the first dawning of perception gradually brightened into a clear light, little by little, a mental sunrise, in fact. That sage observer, Dr. Abercrombie, has written that he considered that he knew of no more important rule for rising to eminence in any profession or occupation than the ability to do one thing at a time, avoiding all distracting and diverting objects or subjects, and keeping the leading matter continually before the mind. And others have added that such a course will enable one to observe relations between the subject and other things that will not be apparent to the careless observer or student. The degree of attention cultivated by a man is the degree of his capacity for intellectual work. As we have said, the great men of all walks of life have developed this faculty to a wonderful degree, and many of them seem to get results intuitively, whereas in truth they obtain by reason of their concentrated power of attention, which enables them to see right into the center of the subject or proposition, and all around it, back and front, and all sides, in a space of time incredible to the man who has not cultivated this mighty power. Men who have devoted much attention to some special line of work or research are able to act almost as if they possessed second sight, providing the subject is within their favorite field of endeavor. Attention quickens every one of the faculties, the reasoning faculties, the senses, the deriding qualities, the analytical faculties, and so on, each being given a fine edge by their use under concentrated tension. And on the other hand, there is no surer indication of a weak mind than the deficiency in attention. This weakness may arise from the illness or physical weakness reacting upon the brain, in which case the trouble is but temporary, or it may arise from the lack of mental development. Imbeciles and idiots have little or no attention. The great French psychologist Lois, speaking of this fact, says, "Imbeciles and idiots see badly, hear badly, feel badly, and their sensorium is, in consequence, in a similar condition of sensitive poverty. Its impressionability for the things of external world is at a minimum. its sensibility weak, and consequently, it is difficult to provoke the physiological condition necessary for the absorption of the external impression. In old age, the attention is the first faculty to show signs of decay. Some authorities have held that the memory was the first faculty to be affected by the approach of old age, but this is incorrect, for it is a matter of common experience that the aged manifest a wonderfully clear memory of events occurring in the far past. The reason that their memory of recent events is so poor is because of their failing powers of attention has prevented them from receiving strong, clear mental impressions, and as is the impression, so is the memory. Their early impressions, having been clear and strong, are easily recalled, while the later ones, being weak, are recalled with difficulty. If the memory were at fault, it would be difficult for them to recall any impression, recent or far distant in time. But we must stop quoting examples and authorities and urging upon you the importance of the faculty of attention. If you do not realize it, it is because you have not given the subject the attention that you should have exercised, and further repetition would not remedy matters. Admitting the importance of attention from the psychological point of view, not to speak of the occult side of the subject, is it not a matter of importance for you to start in to cultivate that faculty? We think so. And the only way to cultivate any mental or physical part or faculty is to exercise it. Exercise uses up a muscle or mental faculty, but the organism makes haste to rush to the scene additional material, cell, stuff, nerve, force, etc., to repair the waste, and it always sends a little more than is needed. And this little more continually accruing and increasing is what increases the muscle and brain centers. And improved and strengthened brain centers give the mind better instruments with which to work. One of the first things to do in the cultivation of attention is to learn to think of and do one thing at a time. Acquiring the knack or habit of attending closely to the things before us, and then passing on to the next, and treating it in the same way, is most conducive to success, and its practice is the best exercise for the cultivation of the faculty of attention. And on the contrary, there is nothing more harmful from the point of view of successful performance, and nothing that will do more to destroy the power of giving attention, than the habit of trying to do one thing while thinking of another. The thinking part of the mind and the acting part should work together, not in opposition. Dr. Beatty, speaking of the subject, tells us, "It is a matter of no small importance that we acquire the habit of doing only one thing at a time, by which I mean that while attending to any one object, our thoughts ought not to wander to another." And Granville adds, "A frequent cause of failure in the faculty of attention is striving to think of more than one thing at a time." And Kay quotes, approving, a writer who says, "She did things easily because she attended to do them in the doing. When she made bread, she thought of the bread, and not of the fashion of her next dress, or of her partner at the last dance." Lord Chesterfield said, "There is time enough for everything in the course of the day, if you do but one thing at a time, but there is not enough in the year if you try to do two things at a time." To attain the best results, one should practice concentrating upon the task before him, shutting out so far as possible every other idea or thought. One should even forget self, personality, in such cases, as there is nothing more destructive of good thinking than to allow morbid self-consciousness to intrude. One does best when he forgets himself in his work, and sinks his personality in the creative work. The earnest man or woman is the one who sinks personality in the desired result, or performance of the task undertaken. The actor, or preacher, or orator, or writer must lose sight of himself to get the best results. Keep the attention fixed on the thing before you, and let the self take care of itself. In connection with the above, we may relate an anecdote of Watley that may be interesting in connection with the consideration of this subject of losing one's self in the task. He was asked for a recipe for bashfulness, and replied that the person was bashful simply because he was thinking of himself and the impression he was making. His recipe was that the young man should think of others, of the pleasure he could give them, and in that way he would forget all about himself. The prescription is said to have effected the cure. The same authority has written, "Let both the extemporary speaker and the reader of his own compositions study to avoid, as far as possible, all thoughts of self, earnestly fixing the mind on the matter of what is delivered, and they will feel less that embarrassment which arises from the thought of what opinion the hearers will form of them." The same writer, Watley, seems to have made quite a study of attention and has given us some interesting information on its details. The following may be read with interest, and if properly understood, may be employed to advantage. He says, "It is a fact, and a very curious one, that many people find they can best attend to any serious matter when they are occupied with something else, which requires a little, but a little, attention, such as working with the needle, cutting open paper leaves, or, for want of some such employment, fiddling anyhow with fingers." He does not give the reason for this, and at first sight it might seem like a contradiction of the one thing at a time idea, but a closer examination will show us that the minor work, the cutting leaves, etc., is in the nature of any involuntary or automatic movement, inasmuch as it requires little or no voluntary action, and seems to do itself. It does not take off the attention from the main subject, but perhaps acts to catch the based attention that often tries to divide the attention from some voluntary act to another. The habit mind may be doing one thing while the attention is fixed on another. For instance, one may be writing with his attention firmly fixed upon the thought he wishes to express, while at the time his hand is doing the writing, apparently with no attention being given. But let a boy or person unaccustomed to writing try to express his thoughts in this way, and you will find that he is hampered in the flow of his thoughts by the fact that he has to give much attention to the mechanical act of writing. In the same way, the beginner on the typewriter finds it difficult to compose to the machine, while the experienced typist finds mechanical movements no hindrance whatever to the flow of the thought and focusing of attention. In fact, many find that they can compose much better while using the typewriter than they can by dictating to a stenographer. We think you will see the principle. And now for a little mental drill and attention, that you may be started on the road to cultivate this important faculty. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of A Series of Lessons in Raja Yoga. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Siddharth. A Series of Lessons in Raja Yoga by Yogi Ramacharaka. Chapter 12. Mental drill and attention. Exercise 1. Begin by taking some familiar object and placing it before you. Try to get as many impressions regarding it as possible for you. Study its shape, its color, its size, and the 1,001 little peculiarities about it that present themselves to your attention. In doing this, reduce the thing to its simplest parts, analyze it as far as is possible, dissect it mentally, and study its parts in detail. The more simple and small the part to be considered, the more clearly will the impression be received, and the more vividly will it be recalled. Reduce the thing to the smallest possible proportions, and then examine each portion. In mastering that, then pass on to the next part, and so on, until you will have covered the entire field. Then, when you have exhausted the object, take a pencil and paper and put down as nearly as possible all the things or details of the object examined. When you have done this, compare the written description with the object itself and see how many things you have failed to note. The next day, take up the same object, and after re-examining it, write down the details, and you will find that you have stored away a greater number of impressions regarding it, and moreover, you will have discovered many new details during your second examination. This exercise strengthens the memory as well as the attention. for the two closely connected, the memory depending largely upon the clearness and the strength of impressions received, while the impressions depend upon the amount of attention given to the thing observed. Do not tie yourself with this exercise, for a tied attention is poor attention. Better try it by degrees, increasing the task a little each time you try it. Make a game of it if you like, and you will find it quite interesting to notice the steady but gradual improvement. And it will be interesting to practice this in connection with some friend, varying the exercise by both examining the object and writing down the impressions separately and then comparing results. This adds interest to the task, and you will be surprised to see how rapidly both of you increase in your powers of observation, which powers, of course, result from attention. Exercise 2. This exercise is but a variation of the first one. It consists in entering a room and taking a hasty glance around and then walking out and afterward writing down the number of things that you have observed with a description of each. You will be surprised to observe how many things you have missed at the first sight and how you will improve in observation by a little practice. This exercise also may be improved by the assistance of a friend, as related in our last exercise. It is astonishing how many details one may observe and remember after a little practice. It is related of Houdin, the French conjurer, that he improved and developed his faculty of attention and memory by playing this game with a young relative. They would pass by a shop window, taking a hasty attentive glance at its contents. Then they would go around the corner and compare notes. At first, they could remember only a few prominent articles, that is, their attention could grasp only a few, but as they developed by practice, they found that they could observe and remember a vast number of things and objects in the window, and at last it is related that Houdin could pass rapidly before any large shop window, bestowing upon it one hasty glance, and then tell names of and closely describe nearly every object in plain sight in the window. The feat was accomplished by the fact that the cultivated attention enabled Houdin to fasten upon his mind a vivid mental image of the window and its contents, and then he was able to describe the articles one by one from the picture in his mind. Houdin taught his son to develop attention by a simple exercise which may be interesting and of value to you. He would lay down a domino before the boy, 5-4, for example. He would require the boy to tell him the combined number at once, without allowing him to stop to count the spots one by one. 9, the boy would answer after a moment's hesitation. Then another domino, 3-4, would be added. That makes 16, cried the boy. 2 dominoes at a time was the second day's task. The next day, 3 was the standard. The next day, 4, and so on, until the boy was able to handle 12 dominoes. That is to say, give instantaneously the total number of spots on 12 dominoes at a single glance. This was attention in earnest, and shows what practice will do to develop a faculty. The result was shown by the wonderful powers of observation, memory, and attention. Together with instantaneous mental action that the boy developed, not only was he able to add dominoes instantaneously, but he had powers of observation that seemed little short of miraculous, and yet it is related that he had poor attention and deficient memory to begin with. If this seems incredible, let us remember how old whist players note and remember every card in the pack, and can tell whether they have been played or not, and all the circumstances attending upon them. The same is true of chess players, who observe every move and can relate the whole game in detail long after it had been played. And remember also how one woman may pass another woman on the street, and without seeming to give her more than a careless glance, may be able to relate in detail every feature of the other woman's apparel, including its color, texture, style of fashioning, probable price of the material, etc., etc. And a mere man would have noticed scarcely anything about it, because he would not have given it any attention. But how soon would that man learn to equal his sister in attention and observation of women's wearing apparel, if his business success depended on it, or if his speculative instinct was called on to play by a wager with some friend as to who could remember the most about a woman's clothing seen in a passing glance. You see, it is all a matter of interest and attention. But we forget that attention may be developed and cultivated, and we complain that we cannot remember things, or that we do not seem to be able to take notice. A little practice will do wonders in this direction. Now, while the above exercises will develop your memory and powers of observation, still that is not the main reason that we have given them to you. We have an ulterior object that will appear in time. We aim to develop your willpower, and we know that attention stands at the gate of willpower. In order to be able to use your will, you must be able to focus the attention forcibly and distinctly, and these childish exercises will help you to develop the mental muscles of the attention. If you could but realize the childish games the young yogi students are required to play in order to develop mental faculties, you would change your mind about the yogi adepts whom you have been thinking about as mere dreamers, far removed from the practical. These men and their students are intensely practical. They have gained the mastery of the mind and its faculties, and are able to use them as sharp-edged tools, while the untrained man finds that he has but a dull, unsharpened blade that will do nothing but hack and hew roughly instead of being able to produce the finished product. The yogi believes in giving the eye good tools with which to work, and he spends much time in tempering and sharpening these tools. Oh, no, the yogi are not idle dreamers. Their grasp of practical things would surprise many a practical, matter-of-fact Western businessman if he could observe it. And so, we ask you to practice observing things. The two exercises we have given are but indications of the general line. We could give thousands, but you can prepare them yourselves as well as could we. The little Hindu boy is taught attention by being asked to note and remember the number, color, character, and other details of a number of colored stones, jewelry, etc., shown for an instant in an open palm, the hand being closed the moment after. He is taught to note and describe passing travelers and their equipages, houses he sees on his journeys, and thousands of other everyday objects. The results are almost marvelous. In this way he is prepared as a chela or a student, and he brings to his guru, a teacher, a brain well developed, a mind thoroughly trained to obey the will of the eye, with the faculties quickened to perceive instantly that which others would fail to see in a fortnight. It is true that he does not turn these faculties to business or other so-called practical pursuits, but prefers to devote them to abstract studies and pursuits outside of that which the Western man considers to be the end and aim of life. But remember that the two civilizations are quite different, following different ideals, having different economic conditions, living in different worlds, as it were. But that is all a matter of taste and ideals. The faculty for the practical life of the West is possessed by the chela, if he saw fit to use it. But all Hindu youths are not chelas, remember, nor are all Western youths captains of industry or Edisons. Mantram, affirmation. I am using my attention to develop my mental faculties so as to give the eye a perfect instrument with which to work. The mind is my instrument, and I am bringing it to a state of capacity for perfect work. Mantram, or affirmation. There is but one life underlying. This life is manifest through me, and through every other shape, form, and thing. I am resting on the bosom of the great ocean of life, and it is supporting me, and will carry me safely, though the waves rise and fall, though the storms rage and the tempests roar. I am safe on the ocean of life, and rejoice as I feel the sway of its motion. Nothing can harm me. Though changes may come and go, I am safe. I am one with all life, and its power, knowledge, and peace are behind, underneath, and within me. O one life, express thyself through me. Carry me now on the crest of the wave, now deep down in the trough of the ocean, supported always by thee. All is good to me, as I feel thy life moving in and through me. I am alive through thy life, and I open myself to thy full manifestation and inflow. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 6 of a series of lessons in Raja Yoga. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by TechSavvy. A series of lessons in Raja Yoga by Yogi Ramacharaka. Chapter 13. The sixth lesson. Cultivation of perception. Man gains his knowledge of the outside world through his senses, and consequently many of us are in the habit of thinking of these senses as if they did the sensing instead of being merely carriers of the vibrations coming from the outside world, which are then presented to the mind for examination. We shall speak of this at greater length a little later on in this lesson. Just now we wish to impress upon you the fact that it is the mind that perceives, not the senses, and consequently a development of perception is really a development of the mind. The yogis put their students through a very arduous course of practice and exercises designed to develop their powers of perception. To many this would appear to be merely a development of the senses, which might appear odd in view of the fact that the yogis are constantly preaching the folly of being governed and ruled by the senses. But there is nothing paradoxical about all this, for the yogis, while preaching the folly of sense life and manifesting the teaching in their lives, nevertheless believe in any and all exercises calculated to sharpen the mind and develop it to a keen state and condition. They see a great difference between having a sharpened perception on one hand and being a slave to the senses on the other. For instance, what would be thought of a man who objected to acquiring a keen eyesight, for fear it would lead him away from higher things, by reason of his becoming attached to the beautiful things he might see? To realize the folly of this idea, one may look at its logical conclusion, which would be that one would be much better off if all their senses were destroyed. The absurdity, not to say wickedness, of such an idea will be apparent to everyone after a minute's consideration. The secret of the yogi theory and teachings regarding the development of the mental powers lies in the word mastery. The yoga student accomplishes and attains this mastery in two ways. The first way is by subordinating all the feelings, sense impressions, etc. to the mastery of the I or will. The mastery being obtained in this way by the assertion of the dominancy of the I over the faculties and emotions, etc. The second step, or way, lies in the yogi, once having asserted the mastery, beginning to develop and perfect the mental instrument, so as to get better work and returns from it. In this way he increases his kingdom and is master over a much larger territory. In order for one to gain knowledge, it is necessary to use the best advantage the mental instruments and tools that he finds at his disposal. And again, one must develop and improve such tools, put a keen edge upon them, etc. Not only does one gain a great benefit from a development of the faculties of perception, but he also acquires an additional benefit from the training of the whole mind arising from the mental discipline and training resulting from the former exercises, etc. In our previous lessons we have pointed out some of the means by which these faculties might be greatly improved and their efficiency increased. In this lesson, we shall point out certain directions in which the perceptive faculties may be trained. We trust that the simplicity of the idea may not cause any of our students to lose interest in the work. If they only knew just what such development would lead to, they would gladly follow our suggestions in the matter. Every one of the ideas and the exercises given by us are intended to lead up to the strengthening of the mind, and the attainment of powers and the unfoldment of faculties. There is no royal road to Raja Yoga, but the student will be well repaid for the work of climbing the hill of attainment. In the view of the above, let us examine the question of the senses. Through the doors of the senses, man receives all his information regarding the outside world. If he keeps these doors but half open, or crowded up with obstacles and rubbish, he may expect to receive but few messages from outside. But if he keeps his doorways clear and clean, he will obtain the best that is passing his way. If one were born without sense organs, no matter how good a mind he might have, he would be compelled to live his life in a dreamy plant-life stage of existence, with little or no consciousness. The mind would be like a seed in the earth, that for some reason was prevented from growing. One may object that the highest ideas do not come to us through the senses, but the reply is that the things obtained through the senses are the raw material upon which the mind works, and it fashions the beautiful things that it is able to produce in its highest stages. Just as is the body dependent for growth upon the nourishment taken into it, so is the mind dependent for the growth upon the impressions received from the universe, and these impressions come largely through the senses. It may be objected to that we know many things that we have not received through our senses, but does the objector include the impressions that came through his senses in some previous existence, and which have been impressed upon his instinctive mind or soul memory? It is true that there are higher senses than those usually recognized, but nature insists upon one learning the lessons of the lower grade before attempting to those of the higher. Do not forget that all that we know we have worked for. There is nothing that comes to the idler or shirker. What we know is merely the result of stored up accumulations of previous experience, as Lewis has so well said. So, it will be seen that the yogi idea that one should develop all parts of the mind is strictly correct, if one will take the trouble to examine into the matter. A man sees and knows but very little of what is going on about him. His limitations are great. His powers of vision report only a few vibrations of light, while below and above the scale lie an infinity of vibrations unknown to him. The same is true of the powers of hearing, for only a comparatively small portion of the sound waves reach the mind of a man. Even some of the animals hear more than he does. If a man had only one sense, he would obtain but a one-sense idea of the outside world. If another sense is added to his knowledge is doubled, and so on. The best proof of the relation between increased sense perception and development is had in the study of the evolution of animal forms. In the early stages of life, the organism has only the sense of feeling, and very dim at that, and a faint sense of taste. Then developed smell, hearing, and sight, each marking a distinct advance in the scale of life, for a new world has been opened out to the advancing forms of life. And when man develops new senses, and this is before the race, he will be a much wiser and a greater being. Carpenter many years ago voiced a thought that will be familiar to those who are acquainted with the yogi teachings regarding the unfoldment of new senses. He said, "It does not seem at all improbable that there are properties of matter of which none of our senses can take immediate cognitions, and which other beings might be formed to perceive in the same manner as we are sensible to light, sound, etc." And Isaac Taylor said, "It may be that within the field observed by the visible and ponderable universe there is existing and moving another element fraught with another species of life, corporal, indeed, and various in its orders, but not open to cognitions of those who are confined to the conditions of animal organization. Is it to be thought that the eye of man is the measure of the Creator's power, and that he created nothing but that which he has exposed to our present senses? The contrary seems much more than barely possible. Ought we not to think it almost certain?" Another writer, Professor Masson, has said, "If a new sense or two were added to the present normal number in man, that which is now the phenomenal world for all of us might, for all that we know, burst into something amazingly different and wider, in consequence of the additional revelations of these new senses." But not only is this true, but man may increase his powers of knowledge and experience if he will but develop the senses he has to a higher degree of efficiency, instead of allowing them to remain comparatively atrophied. And toward this end this lesson is written. The mind obtains its impressions of objects of the outside world by means of the brain and sense organs. The sensory organs are the instruments of the mind, as is also the brain and the entire nervous system. By means of the nerves and the brain, the mind makes use of the sensory organs in order that it may obtain information regarding external objects. The senses are usually said to consist of 5 different forms: viz., sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste. The yogis teach that there are higher senses undeveloped, or comparatively so, in the majority of the race, but toward the unfoldment of which the race is tending. But we shall not touch upon these latent senses in this lesson, as they belong to another phase of the subject. In addition to the 5 senses above enumerated, some physiologists and psychologists have held that there are several others in evidence. For instance, the sense by which the inner organs reveal their presence and condition. The muscular system reports to the mind through some sense that is not that of touch, although closely allied to it, and the feelings of hunger, thirst, etc. seem to come to us through an unnamed sense. Bernstein has distinguished between the 5 senses and the one just referred to as follows. The characteristic distinction between these common sensations and the sensations of the senses is that by the latter we gain knowledge of the occurrences and objects which belong to the external world, and which sensations we refer to external objects, while by the former we only feel conditions of our own body. A sensation is the internal, mental conception resulting from an external object or fact exciting the sense organs and nerves, and the brain, thus making the mind aware of the external object or fact. As Bain has said, it is the mental impression, feeling, or conscious state resulting from the action of external things on some part of the body, called on that account sensitive. Each channel of sense impressions has an organ or organs peculiarly adapted for the excitation of its substance by the particular kind of vibrations through which it receives impressions. The eye is most cunningly and carefully designed to receive the light waves, and the sound waves produce no effect upon it. And, likewise, the delicate mechanism of the ear responds only to sound waves, light waves failing to register upon it. Each set of sensations is entirely different, and the organs and the nerves designed to register each particular set are peculiarly adapted to their own special work. The organs of sense, including their special nervous systems, may be compared to a delicate instrument that the mind has fashioned for itself, that it may investigate, examine, and obtain reports from the outside world. We have become so accustomed to the workings of the senses that we take them as a matter of course, and fail to recognize them as the delicate and wonderful instruments that they are, designed and perfected by the mind for its own use. If we will think of the soul as designing, manufacturing, and using these instruments, we may begin to understand their true relations to our lives, and accordingly treat them with more respect and consideration. We are in the habit of thinking that we are aware of all the sensations received by our mind, but this is very far from being correct. The unconscious regions of the mind are incomparably larger than the small conscious area that we generally think of when we say "my mind." In future lessons we shall proceed to consider this wonderful area and examine what is to be found there. Tyen has well said, "There is going on within us a subterranean process of infinite extent. Its products alone are known to us, and are only known to us in the mass. As to elements and their elements, consciousness does not attain to them. They are to sensations what secondary molecules and primary molecules are to bodies. We get a glance here and there at obscure and infinite worlds extending beneath our distinct sensations. These are compounds and wholes. For their elements to be perceptible to consciousness, it is necessary for them to be added together, and so to acquire a certain bulk and to occupy a certain time. For if the group does not attain this bulk and does not last this time, we observe no changes in our state. Nevertheless, though it escapes us, there is one. But we must postpone our consideration of this more than interesting phase of the subject until some future lesson, when we shall take a trip into the regions of mind under and above consciousness, and a most wonderful trip. Many of us will find it too. For the present, we must pay our attention to the channels by which the material for knowledge and thought enter our minds. For these sense impressions come to us from without, are indeed material upon which the mind works in order to manufacture the product called thought. This material we obtain through the channels of the senses, and then store in that wonderful storehouse, the memory, from whence we bring out material from time to time, which we proceed to weave into the fabric of thought. The skill of the worker depends upon his training and his ability to select and combine the proper materials, and the acquiring of the good materials to be stored up is an important part of the work. A mind without stored up material of impressions and experiences would be like a factory without material. The machinery would have nothing upon which to work, and the shop would be idle. As Helmholtz has said, apprehension by the senses supplies directly or indirectly the material of all human knowledge, or at least the stimulus necessary to develop every inborn faculty of the mind. And Herbert Spencer has this to say of this phase of the subject: it is almost a truism to say that in proportion to the numerousness of the objects that can be distinguished, and in proportion to the variety of coexistences and sequences that can be severally responded to, must be the number and rapidity and the variety of the changes within the organism, must be the amount of vitality. A little reflection upon this subject will show us that the greater degree of exercise and training given the senses, the greater the degree of mental power and capability. As we store our mental storehouse with the materials to be manufactured into thought, so is the quality and the quantity of the fabric produced. It therefore behooves us to awaken from our lazy condition of mind, and to proceed to develop our organs of sense and their attendant mechanism, as by doing so we increase our capacity for thought and knowledge. Before passing to the exercises, however, it may be well to give a hasty passing glance at the several senses and their peculiarities. The sense of touch is the simplest and primal sense. Long before the lower forms of life had developed the higher senses, they had evidenced the sense of touch or feeling. Without this sense, they would have been unable to have found their food, or to receive and respond to outside impressions. To the early forms of life it was exercised equally by all parts of the body, although in the higher forms this sense has become somewhat localized, as certain parts of the body are far more sensitive than the others. The skin is the seat of the sense of touch, and its nerves are distributed over the entire area of the skin. The hand, and particularly the fingers and their tips, are the principal organs of this sense. The acuteness of touch varies materially in different parts of the body. Experiments have shown that a pair of compasses would register impressions as a very slight distance apart when applied to the tip of the tongue. The distance at which the 2 points could be distinguished from one point on the tip of the tongue was called one line. Using this line as a standard, it was found that the palmar surface of the third finger registered 2 lines, the surface of the lips 4 lines, and the skin of the back and on the middle of the arm or thigh as high as 60 lines. The degree of sensitiveness to touch varies greatly with different individuals, some having a very fine sense of touch in their fingers, while others manifested a very much lower degree. In the same way, there is a great difference in the response of the fingers to weight, a great difference in the ability to distinguish the difference of the weight of objects. It has been found that some people can distinguish differences in weight down to very small fractions of an ounce. Fine distinctions in the differences in temperature have also been noticed. The sense of touch and its development has meant much for man. It is the one sense in which man surpasses the animals in the matter of degree and the acuteness. The animal may have a keener smell, taste, hearing, and sight, but its sense of touch is far beneath that of man. Anaxagoras is quoted as saying that if the animals had hands and fingers, they would be like men. In developing the sense of touch, the student must remember that attention is the key to success. The greater the amount of attention, the greater the degree of development possible in the case of any sense. When the attention is concentrated upon any particular sense, the latter becomes quickened and more acute, and the repeated exercise under the stimulus of attention will work wonders in the case of any particular sense. And on the other hand, the sense of touch may be almost or completely inhibited by firmly fixing the attention upon something else. As an extreme proof of this latter fact, the student is asked to remember the fact that men have been known to suffer excruciating torture, apparently without feeling, owing to the mind being intently riveted upon some idea or thought. As Wilde has said, the martyr, born above sensuous impressions, is not only able to endure tortures, but is able to endure and quench them. The pinching and cutting of the flesh only added energy to the death song of the American Indian, and even the slave under the lash is sustained by the indignant sense of his wrongs. In the cases of persons engaged in occupations requiring a fine degree of touch, the development is marvelous. The engraver passes his hand over the plate and is able to distinguish the slightest imperfection, and the handler of cloth and fabrics is able to distinguish the finest differences simply by the sense of touch. Wool sorters also exercise a wonderful high degree of fineness of touch, and the blind are able to make up for the loss of sight by their greatly increased sense of touch. Cases being recorded where the blind have been able to distinguish color by the different feel of the material. The sense of taste is closely allied to that of touch. In fact, some authorities have considered taste as a very highly developed sense of touch in certain surfaces of the body, the tongue notably. It will be remembered that the tongue has the finest sense of touch, and it also has the sense of taste developed to perfection. In taste and touch, the object must be brought in direct contact with the organ of sense, which is not the case in smell, hearing, or sight. And be it remembered that the latter senses have special nerves, while taste is compelled to fall back upon the ordinary nerves of the touch. It is true that the taste is confined to a very small part of the surface of the body, while touch is general, but this only indicates a special development of the special area. The sense of taste also depends to a great extent upon the presence of fluids, and only substances that are soluble make their presence known through the organs and sense of taste. Physiologists report that the sense of taste in some persons is so acute that one part of the strychnine in 1,000,000 parts of water has been distinguished. There are certain occupations, such as that of wine tasters, tea tasters, etc., the followers of which manifest a degree of fineness of taste almost incredible. The sense of smell is closely connected with the sense of taste, and often acts in connection therewith, as the tiny particles of the substance in the mouth arise to the organs of smell by means of the opening or means of communication situated in the back part of the mouth. Besides which, the nose usually detects the odor of substances before they enter the mouth. The sense of smell operates by reason of the tiny particles, or the object being carried to the mucous membrane of the interior of the nose, by means of the air. The membrane, being moist, seizes and holds these particles for a moment, and the fine nervous organism reports differences and qualities, and the mind is thus informed of the nature of the object. The sense of smell is very highly developed among animals, who are compelled to rely upon it to a considerable extent, and many occupations among men require the development of this sense. For instance, the tobacconist, the wine dealer, the perfumers, the chemist, etc. It is related that in the cases of certain blind people it has been observed that they could distinguish persons in this manner. The sense of hearing is a more complex one than in the case of taste, touch, and smell. In the latter three, the objects to be sensed must be brought in close contact with the sense organs, while in the hearing, the object may be far removed, the impressions being carried by the vibrations of the air, which are caught up and reported upon this nervous organism of the sense of hearing. The internal mechanism of the ear is most wonderfully intricate and complex, and excites to wonder the person examining it. It cannot be described here for want of space, but the student is advised to inquire into it if he has access to any library containing books on the subject. It is a wonderful illustration of the work of the mind in building up for itself instruments with which to work to acquire knowledge. The ear records vibrations in the air from 20 or 32 per second, the rate of the lowest audible note, to those of 38,000 per second, the rate of the highest audible note. There is a great difference in individuals in regard to the fineness of the sense of hearing, but all may develop this sense by the application of attention. The animals and the savages have wonderfully acute senses of hearing developed only along the lines of distinctness. However, on the other hand, musicians have developed the sense along different lines. The sense of sight is generally considered to be the highest and most complex of all senses of man. It deals with a far larger number of objects at longer distances and gives a far greater variety of reports to the mind than any of its associate senses. It is the sense of touch magnified many times. As Wilson says of it, our sight may be considered as a more delicate and diffusive kind of touch that spreads itself over an infinite number of bodies, comprehends the largest figures, and brings into our reach some of the most remote parts of the universe. The sense of sight receives its impressions from the outside world by means of waves that travel from body to body, from sun to earth, and from lamp to eye. These waves of light rise from the vibration in substance of an almost incredible degree of rapidity. The lowest light vibration is about 450 quadrillion per second, while the highest is about 750 quadrillion per second. These figures deal only with the vibrations recognizable by the eye as light. Above and below these figures of the scale are countless other degrees invisible to the eye, although some of them may be recorded by instruments. The different sensations of color depend upon the rate of vibrations, red being the limit of the lowest, the violet the limit of the highest visible vibrations, orange, yellow, green, blue, and indigo being the intermediate rates or colors. The cultivation of the sense of sight under the aid of attention is most important to ill persons. By being able to clearly see and distinguish the parts of an object, a degree of knowledge regarding it is obtained that one may not acquire without the said exercise of the faculty. We have spoken of this under the subject of attention in a previous lesson, to which lesson we again refer the student. The fixing of the eye upon an object has the power of concentrating the thoughts and preventing them from wandering. The eye has other properties and qualities that will be dwelt upon in future lessons. It has other uses than seeing. The influence of an eye is a marvelous thing, and may be cultivated and developed. We trust that what we have said will bring the student into a realization of the importance of developing the powers of perception. The senses have been developed by the mind during a long period of evolution and effort that surely would not have been given unless the object in view was worth it all. The eye insists upon obtaining knowledge of the universe, and much of this knowledge may be obtained only through the senses. The yogi student must be wide awake and possessed of developed senses and powers of perception. The senses of sight and hearing, the two latest in the scale of evolutionary growth and unfoldment, must make himself aware of what is going on about and around him, so that he may catch the best vibrations. It would surprise many Westerners if they would come in contact with a highly developed yogi, and witness the marvelously finely developed senses he possesses. He is able to distinguish the finest differences in things, and his mind is so trained that in thought he may draw conclusions from what he has perceived in a manner that seems almost second sight to the uninitiated. In fact, a certain degree of second sight is possible to one who develops his sense of sight under the urge of attention. A new world is opened out to such a person. One must learn to master the senses, not only in the direction of being independent of and superior to their urgings, but also in the matter of developing them to a higher degree. The development of the physical senses also has much to do with the development of the astral senses, of which we have spoken in our 14 lessons, and of which we may have more to say in the present series. The idea of Raja Yoga is to render the student the possessor of a highly developed mind, with highly developed instruments with which the mind may work. In our future lessons we shall give the student many illustrations, directions, and exercises calculated to develop the different faculties of the mind, not only the ordinary faculties of everyday use, but others hidden behind these familiar faculties and senses. Commencing with the next lesson, we shall present a system of exercises, drills, etc., the purpose of which will be the above-mentioned development of the faculties of the mind. In this lesson, we shall not attempt to give specific exercises, but will content ourselves with calling the attention of the student to a few general rules underlying the development of perception. End of Chapter 13. Recording by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com